Hello out there to everybody in the vast territories of our online spaces and in the uncharted territories of our digital world. This is Ars Electronica 2021, here from Linz, but also from many other places all over the world. This is the point to say really this very, very big thank you to all the partners who have been contributing, who have been collaborating and working with us to make this year's Ars Electronica definitely into a global event. An event that is taking place in a kind of duality. On the one side, we have not only here in Linz, but in many places, as I said, these Ars Electronica gardens, where real events with real artists, real projects are taking place for real audiences. And then these real activities are connected throughout the week among themselves, but also it creates a new dimension of a hybrid online space, which I think is a perfect way to host a festival in these days. The topic of this year is the new digital deal, and this is also something that needs the connection, that needs that we are coming together, join our forces and step up to take our responsibility, but also to take action to transform our worlds, our digital world, just in a better way as it happened until now. We cannot leave it up to the economy, to the industry, to the technology. We have to join forces from experts from all the different areas. And I think this is very much also in this wonderful tradition of Ars Electronica, being a festival for art, technology and society, but this year also being a global platform for art, technology and society. And therefore, again, thanks to everybody who has been contributing, thanks to all the people who will put a lot of energy into these events in the next days. And I hope that for you who are just joining to watch and get excited, well, I hope you will get a lot of inspiration and excitement. Thank you very much, and please enjoy our festival.
Yes, thank you very much, dear Gerfried. It seems that this is the moment where we kick off this little piece of festival that we have been working on so hard in the last days and in the last week. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear guests outside, dear network partners, dear potential visitors and everybody else who feels addressed. This is the beginning of this year's Ars Electronica Festival, and this is also the kickoff of our very exclusive channel that will introduce the festival in its attitude, in its program forms, in its highlight structure. And my name is Martin Honzig. I am part of a wonderful team that you will meet in the following days here in our wonderful festival stage. But now we want to give you a little bit of a glimpse what this festival this year is. As Gerfried already announced it as a hybrid, as a duality festival, not just because of the topic that we have in front of us, but also because of the formats that we will present you in the next minutes and series. So I need to take my glasses now. So it is a hybrid nature. It is a hybrid festival again. Sure. Why? I mean, because of the lessons learned of last years. We made a lot of steps in professionalizing ourselves, in understanding the media that we have in front of us a little better. But for sure, due this little piece of pandemic that is still around us, that is still an unsolved problem, and that still causes a lot of uncertainty. What does the digital deal mean? We will not use the time now for really making a deep dive into this topic, but we want to give you a general understanding of what we mean with this digital team, as these terms are very artificially constructed together. The digital deal is actually an ironic analogy to the Green Deal that is in everybody's mouths, and it should be in everybody's mind, actually. The digital deal deals a lot, for sure, with the culture that we are representing. Ars Electronica has been shooting out in the last years that we have it to do with a digital revolution. And yes, this revolution was in full swing And the shifts of our time, together with this kind of digital revolution, brought us in a situation that we are going to analyze in the festival in a very critical way, but also in a very proactive way, in giving our visitors an idea of where they will find themselves in this complexity, the future, whether it's digital or analog, will confront us. The digital deal means for sure that we desperately in our society need to make this step to embed the digital in our self-understanding of what culture in general is. And with culture, we don't mean the arts. With culture, we mean the art of living together. The digital deal, for sure, also has this other aspect. And if you would be here on the campus with us, you would immediately understand what we mean. The digital deal for us is also that we need to link this topic with the former lives. The digital is not a layer, is not the planet where we will escape to. It is not the alternative scenario habitat that we built for us when we ruined the planet that we are living on. The digital deal is just another layer that we put on top of our evolution, of humankind's evolution. It is still directly connected to those resources that we, until now, or recent times, thought they are endless, the nature around us. The digital still consumes drink water to cool the systems, and so on and so on. And we need to, as an entire society, and also here in the festival, clarify this situation in order to, together in a new attitude of collaboration, focus common targets to, get a little bit more time here on that planet as humans and as we are. So this, a little bit about the topic. You will find this topic everywhere in our program structures, in conference formats, in everything you expect a festival or Ars Electronica festival can provide and present. But now I'd like to hand over the mic to my dear colleague. It's Crystal Bauer. I'd like to introduce her quickly. Crystal Bauer is the head of our festival. She is smiling because she is in the lead of a team that did a wonderful job. And I can tell you, online or on site, we have it to do with a wonderful piece of festival. And I'm afraid we're going to have a pretty good time. Crystal.
Yes, we definitely will. Also, welcome from my side. Welcome to this festival that we're kicking off now. Finally, we've been working for this the whole summer, and obviously not just us, but teams around the world in more than 86 gardens, in more than several countries around the world on all different continents. And a huge thanks to everyone that dedicated their summer, or on the other side of the world, their winter, to organizing a festival with us. Thanks to our team here on site, obviously as well, who did a fantastic job, and we kicked off the exhibitions and everything here already. But speaking about this digital deal, what does it take to act in the end, and what does it take to fix the digital deal? I think that's the question that not just we are asking ourselves, but that our partners are asking themselves around the world. And of course, those questions are manifold. They're diverse depending on where the partners are located, what different topics they're concerned with, and what their individual cultures and communities actually need at this point. So what we did, we initiated a call to action. We asked everyone around the world to get in contact with their community, to get in contact with initiatives on site, with individuals, with activists, with partners, with scientists, with artists, with all of them that have this power of transformation, that started an initiative by themselves, potentially, or in bigger scales, to change something essential for their community, whether it's concerning environmental topic, whether it's concerning the climate crisis, whether it's picking up garbage at the ocean side, or whether it is taking a next step in discussing the biases of our algorithmic systems. And that is the essence of the festival, getting all those diverse partners in the boat, having them to think about what for them this call to action means, and what together in those 5 days that are ahead of us now, we need to discuss, we need to take a next step, and what certainly cannot end after the 5 days, where we go all back in our bubbles, but that is something that absolutely needs to continue. And we're now together hoping to set a step, to set a starting point in order to take this to a next level with everyone that is part of the festival. Now, before we go deeper into the programs, we would like to show you an overview of Linz, as well as give you an insight what our partners also within this beautiful city have prepared, as well as, of course, what you as the audience, as the partners online from all around the world can experience on the festival platform. Have a look.
In 2021, the Ars Electronica Festival welcomes you with open arms in Linz and many different locations around the city. The exhibition in the Ars Electronica Center are all about our future, unveiling the mystery of energy and its role in our society. How does work look like in the future? Also, the Ars Electronica Future Lab is celebrating their 25th anniversary with Alchemists of the Future. But of course, the Ars Electronica Center is by far not the only place where you can experience the festival. The University of Arts in Linz with loops of wisdom. Change is an inevitable and ubiquitous force, but do we embrace it or fight back? A call to action for all of us. The Cyber Arts exhibition in the OK shows the winner of all 3 categories of the Prix Ars Electronica 2021. And of course, the main location of the on-site festival will take place at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz. This year's themes show us how technology and biology can form a symbiotic relationship to create astonishing art, and show us how far we have come to create living organisms with technology. Create Your World offers the stage for the new generation, for they might see solutions to problems we tend to ignore. A vast variety of conferences will shed light on questions most of us didn't even know that an answer was needed for, with highlights like the Start State, the Pre-Form and AI Lab conferences. What does digital feudalism look like, and what role does our society need to take in this act? This is just a short abstract on what you can expect from this year's Ars Electronica Festival. We invite you to join us on-site and of course, online. Welcome to Swapcard.
I will start.
This year, Ars Electronica has partnered up with Swapcard to deliver you the best online festival experience possible. You can choose between close to 500 different events within the festival. Be part of interactive journeys, workshops, online sessions and community events. 2 live streams that are running around the clock will keep you company during the festival. Especially this year, the Ars Electronica Online Festival is more about you than ever before. Get to know the artist, meet them, talk to them, see them. Actively be part of their program. Go find someone who thinks just like you. Make new connections, new partnerships, new friends. Have you met your newly assigned buddy yet? No? Go sign up for our buddy system and make a friend for life. By the way, you can do all of this, no matter where you are, no matter what room you are in or what house or city or continent. And from almost any device. Almost. Some might say online events are boring. The other ones check out the Ars Electronica Online Festival. Welcome to the Ars Electronica Festival, on-site and of course online.
Doing an online event, doing actually a dual festival. I think that's the mode that we kicked off now together with our partners around the world. And please don't miss either one of them. We will try to, in between, make those connections that either via prototypes, via individual artworks, you can find connecting points between the places around the world, as well as, of course, take this opportunity of getting in contact with the protagonists that are spending their time with us, either on site, as well online. And we are now taking a sneak peek into what is currently happening in Linz, because we actually already somehow kicked off this festival yesterday with a rather nice and beautiful pre-opening walk through our locations. And one of the highlights of this year's festival is, like every year before, the Cyber Arts exhibition in the OK Center. And the Cyber Arts exhibition is this high-level exhibition of Prix Ars Electronica winners, where the jurors in spring come together to have a look through more than 4,000 submissions of the Prix Ars Electronica, and then to select the 15 winners of each category. This year we have 3 categories: artificial intelligence and live art, digital sound and musics, and of course computer animation. And then another very special one, which is the U19 Create Your World category. In the Cyber Arts exhibition, you can find the representatives, the winners of the first 3 categories. And U19 you will find with us on the campus in Johannes Kepler University. It's an absolute must. You need to check out that exhibition where we have high-level programs and artists like Spela Petric. We present the winner's work of forensic architecture, cloud studies, which is really taking this topic, this journalistic approach of finding new ways of connecting data, connecting research, of really empowering us as human beings, of using the digital tools that we have available in order to find the truth. And then, of course, we have the winner of the Digital Musics and Sound category, Convergence by Alexander Schubert, where he creates a fantastic performance that is linking and merging and immersing sound art with virtual worlds, AI music, with a fantastic experience. So simply don't miss it. And another partner that you should not miss, and once you're on your way to the Ars Electronica Center, you certainly will pass. It's the Art University, the main festival partner besides the Johannes Kepler University. And they are setting up again a whole festival on the main square in their backyards, in their gardens next to the Danube. They are hosting there a program that includes more than 100 artists from Linz and also from other places that are eagerly getting in contact, preparing their works and wanting to exchange with you through all kinds of different formats, whether it's a sound campus, whether it's workshops, as well as, of course, the exhibition. And the whole program is organized under this title of Loops of Wisdom, curated by Manuela Naro together with her team. Christa Sommerer has a big part in that, and of course, the rector, Brigitte Hütter. And what are they asking themselves? It is very much of how wisdom is actually generated, of how knowledge is generated, and what does that mean? So what kind of circles do we take in order to actually understand things? What does it mean to, take a step back, take a step forward of where do we get our knowledge from, and how does it in the end sync in order to really trigger change? What does it take to take change in the end? But before I go too deep, let's have a look at what Manuela, the curator and organizer of this program, has to say about it.
Welcome at the Art University in Linz. We are contributing this year to the Ars Electronica Festival with our project called Loops of Wisdom. It's exhibition, it's sound performances, it's presentations, it's intervention. We are indoor, we are outdoor here at the main square. We were inspired by a paper called Loops for Wisdom by Geoff Morgan, professor for collective intelligence and social innovation. And we were questioning, okay, what does wisdom actually mean and when wisdom takes place? What does it have to do with knowledge? Wisdom does actually also need action. Here at the Art University, this is actually what we're doing. We are creating knowledge also via our artistic practice. We think finding wisdoms is a long way, with a lot of loops, with a lot of twists, but we would like to go this way. The main part of the whole exhibition is interface cultures, contributing 19 artworks, and the topic is interface cult. Every year, since actually 2004, Interface Cultures will invite a partner university or partner universities. We are here at the Space Gallery, and in this exhibition space we have invited ZHDK, the Zürcher Hochschule der Künste, the Zurich University of the Arts to present their works, and in particular the students and alumni from the Interaction Design Department who are celebrating 20 years. We have 9 departments from the Art University in Linz that are collaborating here, and these are time-based and interactive media arts, visual communication, industrial design, fashion and technology, architecture and urban studies, space and design strategies, arts education, design and technology, and media design. We're here in the courtyard where the Akademie der Gedanken It's a space for contemplation, thinking, drafting, sketching, for lectures, for being inspired, but also just for hang out and having fun. We will have different talks during different days. The first day is the day on interaction, the day where our partner university from Zurich is doing talks and performances. On the second day we have the critical data day, where we are focusing on the question what critical data actually means in the context of an art university. On the third day we are focusing on the question of hybrid futures, and here we have a special collaboration which we are very proud of, that Interface Cultures is collaborating with the Leonardo Laser Network. And the last day is the day on action. This is the day where we have a lot of workshops, very also practical presentations. What will make the Akademie der Gedanken so special is actually that we are collaborating with the Sound Campus that is curated by Enrique Tomás. And means that we have a lot of different sound interventions, sound performances, presentations by sound artists that are taking place during the whole schedule of the 4 days, and giving us a wonderful atmosphere really to inspire our audience on multi-levels. Yeah, and we're very much looking forward to a very diverse setting, and hopefully the sun is shining, at least it's not raining.
This the weather forecast at that time was for sure not too clear, but as you have seen now, Manuela was standing in empty spaces, and as Crystal before explained, those places are now full with artistical perspectives from more than 100, precisely 110 artists in the context of the Art University. It's a wonderful exhibition, and I really have to say that already last year the contribution of the local art university was just overwhelming. It was tremendously cool. It was super diverse. It was the first time that the entire departments of the art university would take part at the Ars Electronica Festival, and that makes us and me, as somebody who studied there, extremely proud that there is an awareness, that there is a collaboration, that we are spending together this summer. But now we are going further through the city. Just right beside, or let's say underneath, on the shore of the Danube, there is a little very nice cultural institution. It's called Salzamt. It is much more related to the independent scene. And there, we have 3 artistical positions. It is Simon Lehner, it is Flavia Mazzanti and Michaela Putz, hosted by Bildraum Vienna and a collaboration with Ars Electronica, who are bringing life into this place. It is also the place where we have our residency artists, and I think it is Sarah Petkus and Mark Koch who became total fans of the Salzam itself, and they made some investigations into the culture of Austrian sausage eatings. But this comes later on Sunday. After the Salzamt, we are crossing the Danube, and we are entering our mothership. It's our museum, and for sure every year our museum stays not our museum. It is the second epicenter to the location we decided to go with the festival. It is our mothership from where we are coming and where we are going after the festival. And due to the pandemic, actually the museum got, I think 2 years before, a brand new exhibition, the Understanding AI, and it is there as if it would be a total unconsumed, brand new piece of exhibition, still with its topic super relevant. But we did a bit more there, and we opened yesterday, as already mentioned, actually 3 exhibitions, new exhibitions in our museum. The one is that is an exhibition that we were very proud and honored to extend it. We developed over the summer in the time of pandemics together with the local responsibles for unemployed people and working people, together a format that is about the future of work. We decided to call it, to name it the work the future, the work in the future, and working on the future. This is the title of the exhibition, and in times like that, we were really thinking just 1 second to postpone this. We forced ourselves to use the time, and we didn't allow ourselves to postpone to discuss such a relevant topic that is relevant so far beyond the little bulb the art is representing. We could convince our partners to extend this, and it is a very interesting insight into a very complex future, and the question of what will be the new jobs when this digital is going to come? What will be work in general when really this autonomization of the automatization together with the intelligent systems will come over us and flood us as a society? What will be work? And we all know how important work in our society is, or let's say those who lost the job know how fast you seem to lose everything. So a very important topic, also super related to the digital deal topic of the festival. Another exhibition that we opened yesterday, we did the press 2 days before, is There Is No Planet B. I could not say what of the two topics now is more relevant, is more from relevance. So There Is No Planet B deals with this little problem that we are facing more and more, and it's about energy. It's about our resources around us, and it's about the currency of the 21st century, energy. It is not that we are establishing a situation where one would come and say there is no way out. We don't want to trigger a wave of suicide after opening an exhibition, for sure. We see it as our cultural order to offer smaller and bigger offers to the community, to the cloud, to the common, but also to the individual, to empower our guests insofar that they see themselves in this future, solidly positioned in a comfortable hug called society. And what we are so proud to is that we have the Prix Ars Electronica as this endless and wonderful resource for artistical perspectives who would do their job in the world of the arts, but also who would link us with the highly relevant challenges and problems the entire society out there together with us needs to solve. So we have wonderful artistical positions such as Tiger Brain, just one name out of a collective, with the piece Asunda, a project that I find is one of the best projects I've ever seen in my life working as a cultural worker in the art field, because it is again artists who are bringing together, so to speak, different disciplines of arts, data sets that only with the tremendous amount of data would be too complex to transform them into concrete information. It is artists who help us to position this mystic technology, piece of technology called AI, into our all-day life, not as something that we should be afraid of, then rather more as something that would help us, that would extend us in our limits and bring us more safe and more comfortable into our future. There are many more perspectives, but I think you will have time in our programs to dive deeper into that. And there is another very important program point, excuse me, and this is our anniversary. We have 2 anniversaries this year, and it is the anniversary of our museum, 25 years. 25 years of the Museum of the Future. Sounds somehow ironic, but on my way of becoming adult, I understood that every day starts from zero and the next day is always some kind of future. Well, it is our Future Lab that was formed 25 years ago when Gerfried got the order of the city of Linz to build a museum of the future. At that time, going to an agency and asking, hey, we would like to have a concept for a museum like that was not very, very convincing. So the very cool and radical decision that they at that time did is to, before creating a new museum, we create our own agencies. And what was this agency? It is now also our Future Lab, and the agency Future Lab consisted out of the many interesting artistical perspectives and personalities the Prix Ars Electronica brought us. And we invited, so to speak, at that time, the international elite of media arts to help us in creating a new concept of a museum. It reminds me a little bit also on the challenge of this year that we are utilizing this festival together with the JKU, our local partner here, to raise the question with the topic, with a festival project called Festival Univercity, how a university model in the future, or let's say a university model for the 21st century should look like. That is a nice analogy after 25 years where we are. So the Future Lab is heavily celebrating their anniversary, but not with a melancholic look back of what great projects we did. It is much more the challenge that Future Lab is trying with some projects who are legend to raise the question, how would a laboratory like Future Lab is look like in the future, in our future, in the complexity of our future? What skill set would they need to more or less do the same job they are doing now, but on the topography of the future? And yeah, this more or less and many more, yeah, for sure, we have the deep space, and the deep space every year is a little bit of a superstar of our festival. And it is this high resolution space where we normally are doing lecture series, educational series with local universities, and so on and so on. But during the festival, we are transforming this media space into a performance space, into a super immersive performance space. Already yesterday we had a wonderful concert with Makina Mikabe, and this is not just, you know, that you're looking in a black box. I mean, she's sitting with her concert piano just immersed within the image and together with the audience, which creates a total new experience, and which also creates a new setting with the consumers, the guests, and the artists. They become one. Yeah, I think this would be a little trip into our museum. Did I forget something?
No, but I think we have some images that shows everything and highlight everything that you talked about now.
Yeah, and I think that is also the time where we should mention this guy. It is Jastan. All the videos, by the way, were produced by our own staff. We have crazy talented young people here. Sometimes they are still students or just right after the school, and they are also utilizing us, our festival, to create, to make their alchemy, so to speak. I want to greet them. I want to greet all of you guys who are standing behind the cameras, who are sitting there in our sauna box, and who are taking care
studio.
that this complex piece of technology is really doing what we want to do, and they are playing the instrument pretty well. Congrats to you guys. What I wanted to say is that also Jastan, a colleague from our communication department, he went with his camera in the last days a little bit through the scenery of the festival, looking for some weird moments, nervous people. So he was following us in the last days of the production, and he was also following the swarm who took part yesterday in the opening round in our city. Let's have a look.
that were some beautiful images of the pre-opening yesterday. And actually today, the whole day is dedicated to one topic. Martin raised it already before. It's our Education Day. And we have the Festival University here in Linz. We have 80 students from 40 countries that are constantly swarming out, running around, working in different workshops, thinking about how drones can fly, how robots can program themselves. But it's not just about those technical tools. It's really about this idea of transforming our world, transforming their world. And the question exactly what kind of skill sets does it need in order to trigger change in our society. This whole program is also organized together with us and the university here on site, as well as many partners online in our garden network. And either on site or online, you can experience conferences that dedicate themselves to this topic of education in the 21st century, of what kind of skill sets do we need in order to tackle and address our problems, and what is the role of education in this. What does it mean to educate an expert of the 21st century? And how can we even do this? How can we work more diverse in more different disciplines together? How can we connect more the different strands of knowledge? And how can we then generate loops of wisdoms through that? And we heard it already before that we have this incredible team behind the cameras, behind all the exhibitions, behind literally everything what we are currently now representing here. And Jastan prepared a very nice video giving you a bit of behind the scenes, especially from the last days of the preparation, and I would love to show you the faces behind all of this. Have a look.
Yeah, it seems that a festival out there is kicking off. Yeah, wonderful video, wonderful impressions. Good that we are where we are. Okay, there would be many more to say, many more to introduce you, but I think there is still one thing we would love to introduce you, and this is we call it the Symphony of Absence. Symphony of Absence is the analogy, is the exhibition format that we dedicate by 100% and exclusively to the absence of our partners, to you out there who are making these wonderful programs for making the Ars Electronica Festival as a global network event. Last year we thought, okay, good, we will weave you, so to speak, your contributions, your project, weave you a little bit into the guided tours here on site, which was at the time where everybody kind of was super sick of watching these, looking into screens, not the best idea. This year we said, okay, good, we dedicate an entire architecture for that. It is the Kepler Hall that was last year's the epicenter. This is now, so to speak, the symphony of your programs. People can visit there and can really take their time to deep dive into the many endless wonderful contributions and program parts that were produced by you out there. So you will be represented and present 24 hours and the programs of our partners will be presented as one of the stars of the on-site garden festival here in Linz. Well, I think we are more or less at the end of this welcome sequence. we should maybe dedicate the last minutes and seconds together to again remind what we are doing here. This is not just two people sitting here talking what they anyways talk every day. It is the harvest time for us. It is the end of a long, long production process. The smiling faces in front of you, they are tired, yes, but they are authentically happy because together with our wonderful team, online, international, and here on site, we think we made a step, we made a next step in the evolution of the Ars Electronica Festival. We learned better to act here on these new locations. We learned better to play with the rooms, with the lights. We understand better what the wind of the Mühlviertel up there, up the north, and we are very close to nature here, wants to tell us. And the weather forecast is also pretty good.
Yes, luckily.
There is only on Sunday, I think they say 7% chance to rain.
Okay, let's stop talking about this. The sun is shining, and we're continuing our festival. I will say goodbye. Martin will guide you through the session with some very interesting guests coming in. But before I leave, we have this tiny little project of the Symphony of Absence, Windows into the World, to all of our partners that we want to show you now.
Yes, and after these wonderful sequences of the absence, the Symphony of Absence, of the projects that you out there did for us, for the sake of our network, I take over now we are now running the normal mode, so to speak, of our festival. And that means that we prepared for you several blocks, several presenters, moderating persons. I am the honored person to start this, and we tried to create a little bit of a ritual so that you can, once you switch on your, let's call it TV, your screen, and you link in, feel a little bit addressed by the order and the rhythm of the programs. And we are going to start now immediately with the presentation of a garden. And again, the presentations of gardens is always part of the routine of our programs. Every program we are presenting you 2 gardens. And I can tell you what you guys out there, those who are representing the gardens, did there and produced this simply fantastic, simply overwhelming. We invite you into the wonderful diversity of the little world we are living on. And we are starting with the garden Andes. I may invite you to travel with me to South America and to have a little insight into a wonderful part of this world.
Our spot is located at the outskirts of Santiago, a small community that holds a patch of green close to the Andes. We are just surrounded by city, but we are lucky enough to get a close view from the Andes. Our water comes from this place, La Quebrada de Macul, a very small creek that then flows in a canal and then into plastic tubes traveling to our homes. We are always in drought. For us, water is life. In our land grows a special tree called the espino, a spiky frame with deep roots that can live almost with no water. I like to think that they protect us. Every day, I'm amazed by their wisdom. Espino roots collect humidity from the deep soil and then share them with different plants around them. Espino forests are just so cool. They know how to collaborate. Oh, by the way, this forest will be destroyed within the next months as it's projected to build luxury flats in the place. Climate change is here. If we want to survive, we have to change ourselves from within. To live a tiny step closer from nature and a big step out from our own individual myths. We need to observe with simplicity what is around us. Note how time continuously modifies everything, but then it repeats itself in cycles. We believe that the deepest contemplations of all cycles translate into a better comprehension of our own life, and it will help us to make better and informed decisions. That's why we decided to question our own foundational myths, to create a new, decentralized, utopic, and intangible micronation that we invite you to get to know. La fabulosa República de la Montaña.
Yes, Those were two videos from two partners. I made a little bit of a mistake in the, but the last video you've seen is the Garden Atacama, hosted by the Alma Observatory and Fundación Mustakis from Chile. Back to this wonderful movie about La Montana from Garden Andes. Our partners there are the Chilean corporations of video and electronic arts. So now to a project that I'd like to introduce you, because I mean these are two projects that are, so to speak, beyond our program structures. Originally in our festival production, we are always looking for so-called love projects. Now for you prepared, it is the community project. It is projects with the nature and the attitude to beyond of any arts, much more turn out our attitude as human beings, as global citizens, and with small, nice ideas, nice projects, we would create a common and show also the community. So there are, for instance, network projects focusing on the experts of our future. It's a community project, but we will introduce you this later on. My honor now is to introduce you another one, the second of these community projects, and this is about soil, about eating soil and the soil we are standing on. And I think we have a video now.
Masharu's work takes a whole new stance on the subject of soil. While we gather soils for scientific purposes, looking closely at the soil's composition, there are totally different ways to engage with the substance. Masharu, for instance, collects soils and investigates how edible they are. This approach is inspirational, tantalizing, as it presents a different perception on soil. The cultural aspects of soil are fascinating, although little is known about them.
In Nederlandse voedselautoriteit, zij vinden het geen goed idee om pimba te eten. En winkels die verkopen pimba, die krijgen boetes.
Oh ja?
Meen je dat?
In Nederland, ja.
In Nederland?
Maar dat wist ik niet.
Nee.
Nee. Is dat nieuw? Maar ze blijven verkopen nog.
Blijven verkopen.
Bij de culturele winkels. Ja.
The collection of the Moving Museum of Edible Earth already has nearly 400 edible earth samples, currently eaten by various populations around the world, mostly clays, such as for instance kaolin and bentonite, as well as chalks, limestone, volcanic rocks, diatomaceous earth and topsoil. The materials originate from all over the world, Eurasia, Africa, and the Americas. A number of materials were purchased from abroad online, received as presents or as a result of an earth exchange. The physical archive of the Museum of Edible Earth has been designed by the German designer Boss Stittgen. The installation consists of a simple metal frame with ecoboard shelves, with the particularity of being totally modular. The whole system can be dispatched in smaller parts according to the needs of our exhibitions. A large part of the development of the project resides in field trips to countries where geophagy is practiced. So far, Masharu has traveled to Indonesia, Suriname, Guatemala, Cuba, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. During each trip are developed partnerships and exhibitions working as milestones of the research work.
De wetenschap zegt men dat de papegaai eten de klei om de gifgehalte van wat ze eten van de bladeren om te balanceren.
Ja.
Through collecting stories, witnessing production processes or related spiritual practices, gathering local samples and conducting interviews, we enrich the physical, intellectual and spiritual collection of the Museum of Edible Earth.
Maar wat is beter? Russische pimba of Surinaamse pimba?
Ik ben van Rus, dan ga je niet zeggen. Hier ben je nu in Mungo. Die Mungo pimba is beter dan die Russische pimba. Wanneer we in Rusland zijn, dan ga je zeggen nee, die Russische pimba is ook lekker.
Yeah, back in the studio after this very, very interesting movie about the Masharu studio. I am very honored and very proud to welcome here on my stage Masharu studio. Welcome them. You saw Masha in the video. It is extremely great to have you here, to be honest. And it is also rather, how should I say, interesting that the project in this, you need to know, won an honorary mention in the AI and Life Arts category. And also, you see all of a sudden that AI and Life Arts, really coined by the digital culture, raises a question if we have a project like that there. The project here in Linz is currently actually represented on 3 places. And the Cyberarts exhibition that Crystal introduced you, not physically, not materialized, because it fitted so well into our idea of how the festival should appear this year, with what attitude and with what nature the festival should address our visitors, that we immediately asked the curators of OK, can we kind of steal this project and embed it into our structures? And now we are very proud to have the project in our museum for minimum a year, or I think 2 years, in our There Is No Planet B exhibition, as well as here on site in the epicenter of our exhibitions, where the visitors can come and literally taste soil. But now I stop my blah blah and I give the voice and the mic to my wonderful guests. I met you guys yesterday at the opening. Let's start a little bit of a casual talk. How was your landing in Linz?
So thank you so much for introduction, Martin. Yeah, our landing was not easy because of strikes in Germany, and we were traveling by train. So it was quite intense, but we are happy to be here finally and to connect to the earth of Linz and to bring along our own earth. And so my name is masharu, and this is my colleague Sasahara. I work on eating earth since 2013. I am earth eater and earth lover, and eating earth is my personal practice as well as my professional practice. And Sasahara joined me in this journey in 2017.
2017, yeah, I started working with them as an intern in the beginning, and eventually started eating earth on a daily basis also from then on. And that's now 4 years that I'm an earth eater now. And our work relationship evolved, and I am now the project manager of these projects. So in the studio we have different projects, of course. This is the main one, and this is the one that I am in charge of.
That is very interesting. You call yourself earth eaters. What if you eat the earth up?
All the earth?
Yeah. It's not part of your target, isn't it? No.
You are not the first one asking this question, so...
Yeah, but it just came in my mind. No, but back to this earth eating thing. As we already yesterday did a little bit of a chat, I for sure prepared myself a little bit because for me your project is my general approach and the source of inspiration for everything related to your project here at the festival is that we desperately need to have a new relationship to the soil we are standing on. And immediately when your project came, we all, the entire curating group, fell in love with it. But in investigating and reading a little bit about the history of that, I find it so interesting that we have these two sides. I mean, that there was or is in some parts of the world that this term soil is still something immanently embedded into the self-understanding of what culture is. People are eating their own soil. They are aware of what they are eating, not on a scientific level, then rather more just on this contemplative level to kind of feel what is going on. But I also read there that entirely eating soil is not recommended. So if you call yourself soil eaters, does that mean that you would pass every carrot in your life, every soup, or explain this a little bit?
Actually, Martin, I want to maybe answer your question with a question, because yesterday from you I understood that you are an earth eater as well.
I have a relation to Earth, let's say, call it like that, but I would not call myself Earth eater.
Or at least that's how I identified you from what I heard from you.
Okay, good. So that was a big misunderstanding. No, but please tell us, because I mean, I also read that eating too much of the wrong soil could cause also very serious health problems. So how is this in your life? How do you deal with it?
I think it's also a bit the same with anything you would eat. If you like chocolate, if you're a big chocolate fan, if you start eating only chocolate or too much of it, then you're gonna get sick. I think it's literally the same with soil.
It's the balance.
Eating mostly clay is what soil eaters eat mostly, but also chalks and other things, but mostly it's clay. It has, well, nice taste, nice textures, but it also has benefits. It helps digestion, it protects the stomach, it helps cleansing the body, the digestive system. But if you eat too much of it, then you also dehydrate because it absorbs a lot of water of your body. So then there's a balance to find. It's like with salt or sugar or fats, you know, there are good parts, but also bad parts, and eating too much of it would definitely be bad for your body.
And here I want to add, as we are on TV, I want to give a disclaimer. Eating earth is not recommended by Food Authority. It's not recognized as food. So if you decide to do it on our installation, it's at your own risk. We are not responsible. Martin is not responsible. And Ars Electronica is also not responsible.
Well, I would feel responsible, I would say. But you clearly say that, yeah, balance it, just taste it. And don't finish it.
Don't eat all our samples.
Yeah. Eat it is also okay, but not only taste, but yeah, not big.
But what is it in general that made you being interested into this topic? Is it really just this level of food? I mean, just or are there also other aspects? What brought you to that?
Oh, for me personally, these were my desires, and I had them as a kid as well. And as well, referring to our conversation yesterday, I remember that you mentioned that you ate earth as a kid.
Yes, this is what I did, yeah.
Right, that's what made me identify you as an earth eater. And I guess many people did it. And well, as I grew up in Moscow, which is a huge
concrete
city,
area,
yes, exactly, I grew up in a concrete area. I understood this was something not really accepted by society, so I stopped. But I did have cravings for it, and in general, this project started just as a realization of my personal desires. And that's why I say earth eater personally, my personal practice, but also my professional practice, because I also eat earth when I'm on my own at home. I don't do it only in front of the camera or in front of the audience. This is something I like to do, and it gives pleasure to me. I feel grounded when I eat earth, and I really enjoy the tastes and structures. And I feel a bit addicted to eating earth, and I feel also having very particular relationship with earth. Like earth is talking to me, and sometimes this relationship is also not easy. And carrying earth is heavy. It's kilos and hundreds of kilos.
Yeah, it is. So you don't take every earth?
I take earth that somebody eats.
Yeah.
So if there is at least one person who eats this earth, I would like to connect to it. For example, this sample here from Lithuania, it is eaten by only one person. A woman in Lithuania is claiming that she's eating only earth. And even she's not drinking water, at least according to her story, because she's eating pure earth and the water is already there. And I went and I found her in the village, and in a rural area, she showed me the earth, and I came to her house. I said, I'm also eating earth. And she told, let's go and you show me how you eat earth. And you know, I don't eat so much earth. I eat maybe 10 grams or 20 grams per day, but she just started eating hundreds of grams, so like maybe doing 1 kilo. And I was so a little bit intimidated by this. And then she was like laughing at me and saying, you're not really eating earth.
I mean, it just came in my mind that I would like to be a little mouse when you're crossing borders. What the hell is this in your luggage? And this is earth. Do you call it earth or do you call it food?
When I cross the border, I call it clay face mask.
Oh, clay.
Just a lot of it.
Just a lot of it.
Different samples of clay face masks for my art project, and then this is legal to
and
cross
this
the
with
border.
the sensibility of Russian customers. I mean, because this is a special category from my point of view.
There have been stories with different customs. Also in Germany, my package was open, and then I found official papers that my suitcase got examined even without my presence. But there were stories in, for example, Suriname. I had to do cocaine tests on my samples. And in
I can
Nigeria,
imagine. I mean,
Some
that
of
all
them,
looks very, very
Yes.
strange. Yes, it is very interesting. I mean, I did not get before that this is really a personal desire you guys are following. So, is there kind of a global community, or is this something that you have in mind to create, or? I mean, when you're traveling, you're anyways leaving traces, and this is then at the end some kind of community. But is there a bigger crowd of people who are...
There is definitely a big community, yeah. The thing is, geophagy, so this is the scientific name for the practice of eating earth and soil-like substances. This is a very old practice in many different cultures. So there remains people who are following old traditions in some countries are still earth eaters, so they're a base, let's say, but there's also people who just stumbled upon it and then started eating it and developed some kind of craving, and there are many online web shops where you can buy edible soils. There are many social media massive groups with hundreds or thousands of people who are posting videos every day of the new earth they just found, and videos of them eating it and saying how they like the taste or the texture. So there is a community. It's still a kind of niche community in a way, also in a lot of cultural relationship to earth eating. Sometimes there are taboos about it, so some people who eat it culturally still feel they need to hide while doing it. So there's something that resembles a bit the question of the fetish or the taboo. So this community is not really out in the light. Very often it's more like a hidden community, but it is a community that is there definitely.
And that is very, very interesting. And I mean, you don't have to dig deep in the internet that you quickly come to this point that you are no pioneers on what you're doing, so to speak. That you are just digging out, so to speak, some hidden things that were so deeply embedded into the many diverse and individual cultures. I remember that in every culture documenting, so to speak, the legacy and the history of the culture, it is just Korea and Japan where it's not mentioned it's just these two in the entire world where it's not mentioned that Earth is not somehow a factor of food, of religion, of cultural self-understanding, and so, which I find very interesting. And from that attitude I started my talk yesterday, because this is also something. I grew up in the countryside, and barefoot, there was water where you could wash yourself then down, but I mean, jumping around in the mud and in the dirt was not just fun. I mean, it was far beyond. I mean, that was our habitat. It was the normal, so to speak. What also is so from Sept ironic, but that's why I think to have your project and you guys hear it as is so important, is you make the traditional point of view of what's so special on Earth you bring this back on stage, so to speak, because what nowadays others say, what's so special on Earth has simply nothing to do with our culture. It has to do with these sad traces humankind will leave on this planet. The special soils like in Afghanistan or whatever. I mean, you can read, so to speak, the world of conflict and resources. And the special soil is, so to speak, the oil of the 21st century in a way is I do have in mind. And I think we will face big conflicts, I mean, on global scale due to that factor. That you guys remind us that we are actually coming from that, that we are part of it, and that it is part of our culture is more than remarkable and more than important. But back to the soil. We have many activities here at the festival due to you guys inspiring us. We have asked our partners also to make a little video and where they taste their soil and where they try to explain how it tastes. For me, really, and for us, really, it had nothing to do with food, with compensing some food things like you guys do. For us, it was rather more that we have to create awareness of that there is no planet B, that we have to find simulation ways of that we see in what disaster we end when we decide to go in this or the right direction. Tell us a little bit more about your journey on our Earth in investigating your topic, because we saw, I mean, you guys come quite around.
That's true. It has been a very interesting journey so far, and some parts of this journey are represented on this table. So actually my idea was that we are going to share some samples together with you, Martin, very soon. Would you be up for it?
Sure.
So how it all started, in around 2011 or 2012, I was really craving chalk. And I was eating it, stealing it at the university where I was doing my PhD. And then I went online and found and did the communities of chalk eaters and earth eaters. And then I met a person who was eating clay. And this person I interviewed, and she told to me she's a ceramist, so she was working with clay every day, but also eating clay. And she said that I actually can go to the shop in the Netherlands and buy edible clay in the store, which I found quite surprising. And this was, when I went to the store, they told me that the edible earth is sold out, but there is this green clay, which everybody is eating, but is not officially a food product. It is a green French clay. So this was one of the first samples in the collection of the Museum of Edible Earth. And I want to offer to taste it as the beginning of the journey you asked about.
And what do you want me? How do you want me to react now?
We don't want you to react in any other way than the natural way. Maybe you don't like it, maybe you like it.
I like it. But now I see how difficult it is to describe the flavor of it. Describe.
I think this one is quite warm. It's a bit balanced as it's quite creamy, but also has a bit of crunchy aspect to it. When other clays can be really fully creamy, maybe the Bashkir, for instance, this one still is a bit dry-ish with some crunch. The taste is quite earthy, has a bit aftertaste of rain on concrete, I feel. It's a warm sample.
Very elegant.
The Bashkir, yeah.
And no, that's really an interesting taste.
And for the contrast, let's taste the earth of Stanislava that I just told about.
Okay.
This is a different kind of earth.
This is going to be more intense.
Challenging.
You want some?
No, I'm okay.
You already had breakfast?
I'm not such a big fan of Stanislav's Earth. I like the story, but I'm not a big fan of that Earth.
Okay. What are your favorite? Where would you recommend? It's like a tourist question. Hey, I'm into Earth. I want to eat this Earth too. So, what place on Earth would you recommend to go?
I think like in Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, there's such a diversity of chalks and clays, and also quite a big market actually. So it's very easy to find those samples, and there are incredible clays, incredible chalks, but also mixes, designed mixes of clay and chalk called glinomel, which literally means chalk clay. So it's assemblage made, designed in a way a clay and a chalk are selected because their taste match well together, and then they design little sticks. We did not bring one here, but mixes of clay and chalk, which are really nice, part of my favorites. So it's a region where there are a lot of nice edible soils.
And actually it's interesting question, because I think there is not so much tourism on that. People just doing a lot of things online now. Like we met this person from UK, Mandisa, who has her own shop of edible herbs, and that's also her full-time job. And she has a collection of also more than 100 samples from across the globe. And she just purchases it online. And we're in touch, so every time I'm posting another journey on Instagram, because for the Museum of Edible Herbs, traveling and exchanging and sharing the herbs is important. But for Mandisa, she's just asking me, can you give me the contacts of these people you met, these people I saw on Instagram? And then she would contact them, and they would post the herbs to her, and she would sell it across Europe.
Yeah.
So
From UK, yeah.
Right.
Oh my God.
Well, actually, we do have maybe a sample from Mandisa here.
Actually, from Mandisa, we don't have a sample.
No.
We brought only 5, but on the exhibition there are 200. So there are limited stories here. And this,
what is that?
This earth is pan de Dios.
Okay, so you have negative forms where you form them. It's already like a coin.
I didn't form it. I bought it like this. This is produced by a church, by a Catholic church in Guatemala, as an edible product for spiritual cleansing. This is sacred earth.
This is called pan de Dios, so literally bread of God.
Yes.
And it's at the church, also used during the mass.
Don't run away. You can try it.
Yeah, I would try it. I'm
Spiritual
a little bit
cleansing,
afraid of
very
bread of God
important.
things, you know. Okay.
Bread of God.
A little bit of nut. I'm sorry, but that was...
Yeah.
Okay. We are already running out of time, but I think you will be handed over anyways at that festival, from interview, from talk to talk. You, then you.
Us.
You, then you, us, you. I love this conversation. I thank you very much for your contribution. I thank you very much that you guys came up with such a very important project. And our time is running out. I will see you at the festival. So a quick recap, I would say. We have it to do with earth eaters here. But it's not just the earth eaters. Earth is the place where we are living on, and where we desperately need, so to speak, a new flavor among us. And I think besides eating your earth, your project is doing that. I thank you very much, and I see you at the festival.
Thank you for the invitation.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Martin, and thank you for joining us in this earth eating.
And thanks for my breakfast.
Engaging this earth today.
So now, as my computer turned off, I think the next program part will bring us to Taipei, to East Asia, into the garden Formosa.
Exciting.
Yes. Do we have a video? Yes. I think.
Today, let me take your hand and step into the National Park of Yangmingshan in Taipei City. Even Taipei is one of the most international cities in Asia, but this national park has the most beautiful and stunning landscape and the richest ecology in the suburb of Taipei City. The ecological diversity here, from plants to animals, is even more precious in the forest. The trees, the flowers, the grass, and even the soil. This natural kind environment just tolerant all different kinds of biology here. Let us back to the nature. We are what we eat.
Hello everyone, Guten Tag, I'm Billy Chen. I remember the very first time when I tasted soil and the dirt from the National Park of Yamingshan Mountain in Taipei City. It is very quite interesting. And also maybe because like usually I'm vegetarian, so the dirt tastes very grassy and very, very green. And which means that Taipei is a very eco-friendly city. We're nice to the nature, we really care all different kind of being in this park, on this land. So please, welcome to Taiwan and welcome to Taipei.
Nee. I see a red light, and that tells me, oh, here is somebody.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. And
Hi, Marty. Nice to meet you again.
Yes, no, nice to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it here to do with a very, very diverse and very exclusive round of representatives of the man side of Taiwan, of the Taiwan culture. On the right side, the enfant terrible of the art scene of Taiwan, and we are a star. And then we have two chefs who are into our topic and who have promised us to create a dish with soil. Am I right, guys?
Yes.
What time is it in Taipei?
It's 7:24 p.m. here.
Okay. So you already had food today? Yeah. As I do have a little bit of a technical problem currently, I'd like to ask you to take over the moderation a little bit. Give us a little bit of an insight, of an introduction of what we can expect now from you guys.
Sure, yeah. So let me introduce myself. It's Xin Chen. So we are a team. So this is Yijun and Chef Andrew. And Yijun is a performing artist. What our project is about is that we find a perfect place in Taipei, and Yijun eating the soil, and then do a performance. And then he transferred the concept to Andrew, and Andrew create this marvelous dishes. And I also use the same concept to create a VR piece. So our audience, they will first see the VR pieces, and then when they take off the VR, they will start to smell the beautiful scent of the food that Andrew create, and then they will eat the dishes, and kind of like taking the concept of the soil tasting into their body. So that's roughly our project is about.
That is extremely interesting. I don't know if you were, if you could listen and watch what we did before. Did you?
Pardon me? Could you say that again?
Were you part of the sequence before our conversation with the project, the Museum of Edible Earth?
Oh yeah, a little bit, yes. And we also see your tasting the first first taste of the soil.
Yeah,
Yes.
and wasn't I a proud, strong man doing that? But that brings me to one question, because I was invited to taste some soil of the Baltic area. I think I had some European one. To be honest, I know from Taipei that you have oolong tea, very exclusive, very world famous, mountaintop tree. But ask myself what the taste of Taiwanese soil would be.
Guten Tag, ich bin Billy. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
So basically, the taste of the Taipei soil, I was taste the soil from Yangmingshan, and the place where I take the soil was called the Black Forest, and that was a volcano back in 350,000 years ago. But right now, that volcano called Zhuzihu is dead already. So right now over there, it's like a broadleaf, like mixed forest. So there's a lots of different kind of leaf and beautiful trees. And so that actually the soil tastes to be very grassy and very green. The very beginning when I tried to taste it, I was kind of like nervous. I wasn't know and wasn't sure about like what's the taste will like. But very interesting is when I taste the soil, even we are shooting it, in my mind, it really took me back to my childhood that we used to play around in the rice field and we're falling on the ground. There's so many dust and soil on our face. We walk around and then we taste a little bit of soil. And I don't know why, it's just a very short second that in my mind, there's so many pictures like brought me back to my childhood. So thank you so much to let me have this journey again to taste the soil.
Yeah, thank you for that description. It's funny. I mean, and there we see that we are all global citizens because, I mean, we were all once young. We had a childhood wherever and in whatever influence. But I also said the same to the Masha Collective, to the artists we had here, that I grew up on the countryside and, well, soil was just always around us and always, and also for sure in our fingers, on our toes, but also in our mouth. And in our mouth is, I think, a nice link for this, for raising another question. We also have a very good chef here in our round. Welcome. And my question is, because we had real earth eaters here, how is the feature of soil combinable with a modern cuisine? Is this possible?
Yes. Well, if we want to apply the flavor of the soil into the cuisine, I think we've done it maybe 5 or 10 years ago by distilling the soil from different area of the globe and then pump it into our cuisine. That has been done many years ago. So this time our concept is slightly different. When I first encountered the concept of eating soil, we try to combine a lot of concept of what the problem we're facing right now. For example, the global warming, the environmental issues, or how do we see our future? That, as I mentioned to Xinjiang or Yijun, that we want to talk about by choosing what we eat, it actually caused the situation that we're facing right now for global warming or environmental issues. For example, the plastic packagings or eating beef or GMO, there are many environmental issues. So soil for me, it's an issue of circle of life. So it's much bigger angle that we're looking at soil or soil eating, because how we define the soil is when whether it's an animal or the human body, once we pass away and it break down into compost or dust or soil. So it contains what we have been eating along the way. So that soil nurturing our plant and becomes what we eat again. So for me, that is from taking our audience through a VR experience, from storytelling a dish or a cuisine to a story living, bring the audience through VR experience to really see that how we become part of the soil or the circle of life. Then once we come back to realities, we rethink about what we should eat and whether that will affect our next generation. So that was the idea.
It's a wonderful idea, I have to say, and this is actually also exactly the approach that we here on this on the other side of the world do have, and it is also the source of inspiration why the project of eating soil, the museums project, makes so much sense. And I think, and what you just said, it makes clear that we are living on one planet. We share the same air and we share the same soil. And I find it also very, very interesting that you are jumping, so to speak, with very grounded, elementary, fundamental topic into the virtual spaces. For sure, you have the right magician to do this within. But I'm very, very curious to see at the end, to be really part of this experience. Unbelievable. But besides this symbolic level, that talking about soil and then eating it, so to create awareness. You as a chef, would you see, is soil a real proper ingredient for the sake of creating a dish that could compete, so to speak, with the hipster chefs, let's call it like that? Do you think so?
Well, yeah, there are many ways that we could define soil or the flavor of soil, from bitterness, potato skin, from all the flavor of the roots. I think there are many different shades of flavor of soil that we can talk about. In this case, we create the actual dish by using the roots of the vegetable, which contain the most of the flavor of the soil, plus the potato skin to make a mousse of it. So you have half of it is from fruit that is fruity, bright, sweet, and then you have the other half is bitter, earthy, rooty flavor from the potato skin and the roots. So it's quite a contrast of the two things in one. In fact, without bitterness or without that earthiness, we don't taste that much of sweet. So how do we taste sweet is to have a shade of bitterness or saltiness or woodiness, and that enhances the sweetness. So it's kind of the life. So if it's kind of the life that we're living in, you know, we would not miss our life, cherish our life if we don't face this pandemic right now, and that make us cherish the sweetness moments that we had before or after. So I guess we made this half bitter and half sweet dish. It's also try to mention this circle of life from the flavor of soil.
Yeah, that sounds also philosophical. It's unbelievable. I mean, as I love the area you are coming from, and as I had the honor to visit that several times already, I really have to say, I would love to be with you, and I would love to taste what you are talking about currently. Yes.
We're gonna be here for a long time, so do come visit us, and we're looking forward for first taste the VR and then taste the dish after.
Yeah, it's also very, very interesting that what you guys are doing. I mean, the constellation we see in front of us. So that, again, as I said, such an important topic that links us actually with our pure being and our coming. To create awareness in the virtual is quite a move, I have to say. But it is also actually a move that brings you straight and so well fitting into the attitude as is sending out, so that it is always about finding combinations. It is always finding new ways and new habitats to create this perspective from a different angle, and to again create a new level of values, of attitude towards the things around us. And again, in this case, technology is nothing more than an instrument that helps us to come over our limits and to find perspectives on our own. Does this, as we are coming from the so-called long-nose hemisphere, the Western hemisphere, deeply coined by other cultures, by other religions, what I learned in traveling to East Asia is that that your cultural background, that your philosophical hierarchy that you have, from my point of view, makes a lot more things clearer, and also a little bit of easier when you don't see yourself as the peak of everything. Like we do this, you have it to do with a more complex situation, I have to say. And then I feel very privileged that I learned from you guys that Zen Buddhism or your cultural Buddhism in general, or your cultural source, which is thousands of years old, brought you on eye to eye with nature, which helps to settle the things in a better way, and which also makes this very strange exercise in combining new technologies with so deeply cultural rooted things, working with soil and eating soil, so logic all of a sudden, and so authentic and so natural. I thank you very much for this.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
For sure. I hope to have you more often. So what is the situation in Taiwan in general, and with you now kicking off with us the festival?
Well, we are very excited to start the festival with you, and although the pandemic situation in Taiwan is a little bit severe here, but I think that things is getting better. And also, we just have our press conference yesterday to open up our garden in Taiwan. And every artist is so excited. So just glad to be here, and thank you for having us.
Yeah, you are so welcome. Another question towards the situation you are, as you are in VR, it would be quite easy to just do it, to do the entirely thing online. Do you also expect live visitors? Do you have somewhere an installation? Is it really so that being in Taipei, I could go to you guys and visit you in real to jump into the virtual?
Well, although we don't have a formal opening, but I think we ask all the artists, and they are so welcome. So I think during our exhibition time, they are kind of like having a private open house. So I think since Ars Electronica, you are hosting a swap card. So if people can find the artist in swap card and then just make an appointment to their studio, then they can have a private visit. I think that's the hospitality of the Taiwanese people. And even I think if the visitor is from the internet, I think they will feel the hospitality of the Taiwanese artist.
Mm-hmm. I just recently read in the news that due to the interest of further of going into further collaborations with you guys and others, but with Taiwan, that you recently got a minister for the digital.
Oh yes.
How do you see this? Is this something that you see as positive, or because I thought, wow, I mean that is really cool. I hope the digital is not misunderstood as something it should not be understood. I hope the digital is not misunderstood there. Or I don't want to bring you on thin ice now that you're like here on TV saying things that would have consequences. But I just would be personally interested.
Yes. Well, yeah, I think Taiwanese government think the digital revolution is such a big impact to the whole country. So especially, you know, we are living by our big brother's side, and they are very, very good at that. So I think the digital bureau, I think they will be established. I think it's either this year or next year. I think what they will do is not only for the benefit of the safety of our country, but also to enhance our capability economically, because now all the enterprise need the digital revolutions. So even like our chef, I think the restaurants and all the gourmet food, now we have Uber Eats. So we have eating Uber Eats since the pandemic started. So I think that's the very important aspect for all the walk of life now. So I think that's the this year's the new digital deal of the Ars Electronica. I think that's really, really meaningful.
That is very, very interesting, and thank you for this insight. Again, representing the entire Ars Electronica organization, thank you very, very much for what you're doing, for contributing, and congrats to this very logic but strange pair that you formed here in front of us. You brought in a lot of sense in that, and you showed also that we are one big swarm, not divided into different cultures, then rather more supported due to different cultures, because the different cultures are opening different angles at the same and only situation we are all facing. If you face a disaster, it is also a disaster for us, and vice versa. And this is, I think, we should keep on trying to explain this to the world out there with the things and the talents that we have in front of us. And I see a lot of talent in front of me. I am missing you guys. I am missing East Asia. That is just what I personally have to repeat and again and again. I'm missing the flavor and everything. And I hope this pandemic will. Yeah, will be. I hope that we are soon beyond that, and we will meet in person again, because this is the quality among us. Have a good evening. Greetings to your wife and to your kid, and hope to see you soon in life.
Yes, hopefully see you next year. Yes.
I cannot say by 100%, but that's we keep on trying. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
Yes, and that was it almost. We have a few seconds to go. Okay, and this was it then with the program I should present. I hope it was a little bit interesting. I found it extremely interesting starting the journey of this festival from our garden here in Linz. We were in South America, we were in Russia, in Africa, we were now live in Taiwan, and I think this is just the start of a global journey. In the next episode of this day, again, we will present you 2 gardens. We will present you a new moderating protagonist. It will be Connie Lee, and she is currently preparing herself in the back office. And we will present you many different programs and giving you insights in what is going on, giving you recommendations that you feel a little bit addressed and that you can organize yourself, and when you're jumping into Swapcard and create your festival on your own. We will also show you some details about what will be on during the day. We will give you an insight a little bit of and some recommendations. And yeah, the next thing is what programs will you see and will you meet then in the next episode? It is, as I mentioned already, the experts of the Future Community Project. I will not go too deep, but it's going to be a very sympathetic 10 from 10 points project, where it's all about our employees, their kids, and our partners and their families and their kids, but more than from Connie. What else do we have? We will talk about the festival theme in general, focusing on the social aspects of what we're doing there. The social aspects are highly represented by our Create Your World team, but also by our Transform Your World team, which is the Festival Univercity, wonderful project that we have running here, golden egg, so to speak, that came very late into our nest, but that appeared as the epicenter, the center of everything we are doing here. It is that we have that we invited hundreds of students from all over the world coming to us, to Linz, in these times, physically, and 80% are already here, to discuss, so to speak, the future under the lens of how would university in the future look like. This is the one question that they are investigating deeper. And another thing is that we are focusing on a phenomenon that is out there, that it is not to identify the big challenges and fires burning out there. It is about the phenomenon that we all are aware of what is going on, but we are still sitting comfortably on our sofas. And the core discussion point will be, and we are asking young citizens, global citizens from the age of 15, 16 to 22, what circumstances it would need to make a transformation, to make a shift in us, but also in our SWAM, in our society happen. This is a phenomenon that we desperately need to be solved. And in the next sessions, we look deeper on that, and we will find a lot of programs during the festival, online and on-site, that is deepening that topic. And there is another project that we will present, which is called Studiotopia, which is a European project where we have extremely interesting projects in the loop, focusing on new forms of education, of STEAM education. This is also something, this digital avant-garde festival that we became. We became a ground where we are really discussing what potential the digital tool help us in creating a culture that helps us to survive the 21st century, and even more and beyond that, make the 21st century to a proactive and positive one for us and the planet we are living on. And there will be a live live broadcasted from our deep space. Davide Quaiola, very famous artist, not only in our world, also already on the traditional art market. He transformed himself due to the he transformed himself into an artist, not in an artist, in a musician. Due to the pandemic, yeah, he was stuck in his ateliers. There were no chances to act and to show and to exhibit. What he developed with colleagues from him is, together with something similar like an AI, a wonderful set of visualization and piano play. As I know him personally, I really have to say I did not know that he has such a talent also in music. I'm a bit jealous. No, I'm not. But that's going to be a wonderful experience, not just because of the artists and the piece of art we have, also because of this very specific room Deep Space provides. Yeah, and the rest of the time, I could meander a little bit around of what I expect in the next few days, what my personal highlights could be or would be. And as I belong to this group being responsible for the entire thing, I will not do that. Because a festival is not just one highlight. A festival is a weird mixture, a mash-up between different programs that are together by coincidence and an image, a bigger image. And this is what I'm looking for. Another aspect is, and this is what I could also experience today, is compared to last year, we have a festival with human beings. So we expect, sadly, not you guys, you partners from East Asia and US. There it's still delicate and more than complex to travel. But we know that Europe is a little bit cooler on that, and we expect many guests. And yesterday I met many friends from the art scene I couldn't see just online in time. And what I expect is deep hugs, real physical hugs. This is what I was missing so much. And I had a glimpse of that already yesterday. And after this, I will go out and position myself in the park saying, free hugs, free hugs, free hugs. So I think for me it's time to say goodbye. I will have the honor to guide the Austrian's president very soon through our exhibitions. I now don't have the time to become nervous, but when I jump off the stage, I can prepare myself and for the next peak. I hope that made a little bit of sense. It was a little bit of entertaining. It was the right entertaining you expect from Ars Electronica. I can also speak for my colleagues, Crystal, who just who disappeared before, and all those who will meet, because Crystal and me are just representing a huge team that you will meet, not the entire team, but you will meet some of them here on the stage. And yes, I wish all of us a good time. Visit your gardens in your countries, in your cities. Try to create the life feeling. If not, we prepared something very good online too. Yeah, let's sail on, I would say. And I wish you all a good day, a good evening, a good morning, and myself a wonderful festival. Cheerio.
Alas, said the mouse, the whole world is growing smaller every day. At the beginning it was so big I was afraid. I kept running and running, and I was glad when I saw walls far away to the right and left. But these long walls have narrowed so quickly that I am in the last chamber already, and there in the corner stands the trap that I must run into. You only need to change your direction, said the cat, and ate it up.
I wonder if, do you think we can get in that door?
Should
we have a look? Well, that's all boarded up, isn't it? Oh, but look, here's the pool.
Pretty amazing.
Wow, isn't it? Little wetland growing. Look, it is a beautiful wetland.
I know. I know, it's a wetland in there.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, there's the frog, do you see it? He's
oh
sitting
my
on
goodness, I see it.
Oh,
He's sitting on the plastic chair. Really is like they just up and left. And then apparently in 2006, this whole site was completely underwater, flooded by the river.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think it really got damaged then as well.
Hey, come look at this.
Yeah, this is where I was yesterday.
It's amazing.
Oh wow, look, and there's just all the curtains intact. Yeah.
These are all letters
Oh wow.
from some mailer or something. This one's unopened.
Heritage Country Club, Spring 2003. It's amazing how long paper lasts, isn't it? We're a couple miles out of Endicott, and that's a town in New York State where IBM began in the 1910s. And they were a company that came about through the sort of combination of a number of other firms that were producing the punch card type systems. So even, you know, prior to computation, they've been engaged in this kind of management of people, management of labor, quantification of time. Yeah. And then the country club where we are now opened in the 1930s as their operations increased and their factory downtown became larger and larger. I wanted to come to Endicott because it's actually a Superfund site. So although this place isn't their factory's in downtown Endicott. Downtown and a lot of the neighbourhoods around the site are now suffering terrible health problems from
chemicals that have seeped into the groundwater underneath the IBM factory. It's a bit busted, isn't it?
So one thing that I think is interesting to think about is how this genocidal legacy becomes, or part of this genocidal legacy is actually like a legacy of environmental destruction.
Yeah, well, I think around the late 70s and 80s, the factories in Endicott started using a chemical called trichloroethylene, or TCE. And this is a volatile organic compound, and it has seeped into the groundwater in what's called the plume. So it evaporates into people's houses and causes this sort of indoor air pollution problem, and it's carcinogenic, it causes birth defects, causes cancers, and of course the residents of Endicott have been dealing with this health problem over the last several decades. You know, and so this is the story of computation. When we talk about AI, this is part of that story, is that there's a very material legacy that communities across this country are dealing with. And now, of course, with manufacturing being overseas, exported overseas, this is what's happening in China or wherever you're buying your electronics from, right? It's just that we don't see it. It's like two people just sitting at their IBM desktop. Back in the days where tech people would wear ties. Does it say anything on the back?
It's a good souvenir. Something for the collection.
It looks like my first computer.
Oh yeah, was your first computer an IBM also?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, mine was too.
I think it was like a 486.
Yeah, did it have like a green screen, or was it like, what was running on it?
It was running DOS.
It was running DOS.
My uncle worked for IBM in Australia, and so he sourced it at some point in the 90s. Yeah. I still have that computer.
Where is it?
It's in, it's under my dad's house.
Oh yeah, with all your other childhood crap, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Why were you interested in coming here?
Because it's the site of so many terrible crimes. I mean, this is the place where, I mean, not here, not in the country club, but in their main factories, where IBM developed the technology, the punch cards and the tabulating machines that they sold to Nazi Germany, which allowed that regime to do a census that...
So the machines helped them decide who was Jewish?
Well, the machines helped them count the census data in a much more efficient way. So something like, their estimate of how many Jews were in the country was far less than what ended up being the case when they used the machines to do it. I mean, IBM had a German subsidiary that was, you know, dealing with a lot of it, but also like, you know, all that technology, all that work was made here, and those machines were complicated enough to use that they required training from IBM personnel, which presumably, you know, would have come from people who worked here and you know, did their leisure activities here.
And so, were they ever held accountable for their
There was
role?
a lawsuit that was filed against IBM in the early 2000s, I think, but it didn't seem to go anywhere. The lawsuit's like incredibly damning, though. If you read the text of the lawsuit, it's really damning. Especially the stuff about, to me, I think, just like how much they knew about what was going on, and how there was like an IBM machine in every single camp, and sometimes more than one IBM machine in every camp, and how the cards had to be custom made for each project. So, you know, the cards that were categorizing people as like homosexual or Roma or Jew were like made, you know, IBM had to have known about that in some way. The fact that like the CEO of IBM got a medal from Hitler, which he then tried to return like a few years into the war. It's all this stuff. But no, they were never really held accountable. Just like they haven't really been held accountable for the pollution they caused here in Endicott. And they're not going to be held accountable for the predictive policing stuff that they do, or whatever they decide to do in the future, whatever nightmare smart city thing they do in the future that ends up, you know, causing harm. I'm sure they won't be accountable either. And there's like some interesting stuff. I printed out like a little tidbit from their website in their promotional materials about predictive police. I'll just read this little bit. Since the 1930s, IBM has been involved in helping equip law enforcement officials around the world with the tools to fight crime faster, more safely, and more effectively. So I mean, already it's amazing that they're like, since the 1930s, IBM has been involved in helping equip law enforcement officials, right?
And it's stunning that that's on their website in plain sight.
Well, because I think for them, they don't understand that like SS officers are cops. Like SS officers are law enforcement officials, right? So they're, you know, they're not, I mean, I think that there's a cognitive dissonance that they might have. This application of technology to the business of fighting crime has been most successful in the efficient allocation of resources, enabling law enforcement officials to spend less time searching for information or filling out paperwork and more time on the streets, keeping communities safe. And of course, that's exactly what they did for the Nazis, right? Less time searching for information, more time on the streets. And then they write, from a technology standpoint, the best way to allocate resources in a policing organization is to move from a reactive stance to a more predictive posture.
Yeah. Sites like this, you know, where industries come in, left a terrible legacy and then sort of disappeared and abandoned a place to deal with it. They're often called sacrifice zones, where after industry leaves town, the place is seen as like ruined or empty or no longer valuable in the eyes of the economy, basically. So it's all just these driven by these economic narratives. But I think, you know, when you do walk around here, you do realize that other things are happening. You know, so it reminds me of that Anna Singh idea of like, how do we learn to live in the ruins? How do we rethink what a ruin is and find ways to inhabit it again? Without stories of progress, the world has become a terrifying place. The ruin glares at us with the horror of its abandonment. It's not easy to know how to make a life, much less avert planetary destruction. But luckily, there's still company, human and not human. We can still explore the overgrown verges of our blasted landscapes, the edges of capitalist discipline, scalability, and abandoned resource plantations. We can still catch the scent of the latent commons and the elusive autumn aroma.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
How conscious we are of our unconscious behavior. Is our conscience ill? Is our conscience corrupt? Is corruption the illness of our consciousness? Bio-collapsing we living now, we are aware of that, we know that, we have knowledge of that, we are conscious of that. And our position is like we are unconscious of that.
I am interested in consciousness in the context of how it influences our ability to emotionally internalize scientific knowledge. So, for example, if you take climate change and ecological collapse, knowledge is important, but what we now know is that knowledge is not enough. It's not enough just to know something. So this, we will either perish or we will flourish, not on the knowledge alone, but how we emotionally internalize that knowledge. So that actually connects to this whole theme of consciousness that runs through the project.
Conscious experience in humans depends on brain activity, and neuroscience can contribute to explaining consciousness. Yet, from the biological point of view, consciousness is a complex construct, and it is difficult to localize consciousness in one particular region in the brain, especially that it depends on other on the perception that is involved in consciousness.
In the beginning, wasn't a fantastic moment. Obviously, each one is a professor in their own field. Each one feel very comfortable in their own vocabulary. As from the art point of view, we have our own language, our own vocabulary, and we understand audience, spectators, and in a different way as scientists understand where the research they publish and go. So we collapsing in meanings and signifiers and words. So we decided just to build a glossary. So we navigated in the same way of thinking.
In the current global situation, our meetings are limited to brainstorming online meetings. And we cannot follow our original plans, which included visiting at the labs and at Osvaldo's studio.
So we agree in that kind of word we're using and who will be the audience, and the audience has to be in a very open field in audience. Sex, gender, race, everything is welcome into the debate as should be. So it's an open space for thinking. What I love about what we do in the art world is just we simple creating questions or a space for thinking, to rethinking about things we consider and we know. So yeah, it's an open pool for rethinking and re-question and perhaps learning collectively, something we need more rather than selfishness.
So in this collaboration, we want to bring together these different perceptions, these different perspectives, to connect the acoustic work with the smell work of Osvaldo, with the brain interaction with these signals that Amelia's working on. We might even ask the question, what do acoustics smell like? But we're primarily interested in the question of how consciousness may filter the world around us, or our perception of the world around us. How does it change or influence our ability to internalize the scientific knowledge that we have about the natural world?
Different aspects of brain activity, which is influenced both by external and internal stimuli, can be recorded and expressed in different forms. For instance, activity of brain cells can be presented as waves of different frequency and amplitude. With special equipment and tools, working neurons can also be heard as clicking and cracking.
In our work, what we do primarily is to record ground vibrations using very sensitive instruments. These vibrations cannot be heard by the human ear. They're very, very low frequency, very, very slow vibrations. But when we speed them up, we can actually hear the conversation that the Earth, in a way, is trying to have with us. There's a lot of sound, a lot of acoustic information that is traveling in the ground that is not available to us normally. So that's almost like a broken conversation, and we're trying to listen into that.
So this conversation, Chris tried to listen to the planet with all these amazing sensors. And we agree, we don't listen to the planet enough. We don't listen to the Earth enough. And Earth is talking. Emilia, in her research in neuroscience, try to understand the external world through synapses and neurons. And the equipment they took both using the way they measurement neurons behavior, and in the way Chris measurement the acoustic in the wall.
Here we are in the laboratory with all this seismic equipment and all of their cables. The seismic equipment records the ground vibrations. Some of them record very strong ground vibrations, like this little guy here from an earthquake, for example. And some of the equipment record these very low frequency, very small amplitude, very small waves that are generated by the oceans of the earth and by very slow processes in the earth. And so what do? How do we use this stuff? We basically take this, we dig a hole, we bury it in the ground, we connect a cable to it, and that cable comes back and connects to one of these things here. It's a GPS receiver. Not only does it help us to locate where this is, but GPS has really good time signal, so that when these slow waves come in, we know what time they're coming in because of the GPS receiver. When that's all done, we leave it record for a long time, months, years. We come, connect the cable to it, take the data off, and put the data on the computer. And when we put it on the computer, then we can plot it up, and we can see quite nicely that this is what some of it looks like. Here's this signal coming in, and it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger in this case because of the storm going on out in the ocean.
In our lab, human brain activity can be recorded with an electroencephalograph. Electrodes are attached on a person's scalp, and activity in the brain cortex with more advanced equipment also in deeper layers of the brain, such as thalamus, is recorded as waves of different shapes, depending on where they are generated in the brain and what stimuli are experienced by the person.
We try to put together and we try to create an olfactory acoustic composition and smell artwork where we can actually in some way see or listening the olfactory part, experimenting in a space where we can actually find another way to understand consciousness. Smell is in the background of a conscience. Smell is always present. So that's the reason I use smell in this project.
Currently, my colleagues at the Department of Chemistry help us to analyze the composition of amber oil. We have chosen amber oil due to its connection with resin, almost a primordial substance full of strong characteristic odor, and due to its connection with amber, which is a resin fossil, a natural precious substance typical of Gdańsk and the whole Baltic region in Poland.
Lautstärke sprechen, schätze ich. Hello and welcome to the Ars Electronica channel. This is going to be my presentation voice in which I'm going to speak. Ja, passt, okay, gut. Petra, hörst du mich? Sollte ich dich schon hören? Nö. Welcome to this Ars Electronica channel, or welcome back, or nice that you're still tuned in, whatever the case may be. We are streaming here on this Wednesday. It's the kickoff day of the festival, and we're streaming from the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, but also simultaneously the festival is happening on a global level all over the world. Dozens of institutions have also opened their gardens, the Ars Electronica gardens online. You can find everything on our website. And this is again a hybrid festival. So apart from the online things happening, the online videos you can find, the conferences, this channel you're watching, there's of course also a lot going on site here in Linz. There are, of course, exhibitions, there are workshops, there are lectures. There are also panels. For example, in 1 hour's time at 3:30 in the afternoon, there's going to be a panel about the digital gender gap in Austria. So there are still less women in technological development than men. And Austria's First Lady, Doris Schmiedauer, she started the initiative Digitalization and Equal Chances. So there's going to be an interesting panel happening here in 1 hour time. But for the next 2 hours here in this session, we're going to focus on the topic of future perspectives. Something that is closely connected to the institution that is the Ars Electronica itself, looking at the future, looking at challenges, hopes, problems, and trying to find solutions for it. So over the next 2 hours, we are going to talk about the Expert of the Future Community Project, for example, or the so-called Create Your World section of Ars Electronica, which is a platform especially for young people, for children and students. We will also have a live look over at the deep space, the 8K projection space at the Ars Electronica Center, where media artist Quayola is going to do a live performance, which we are going to witness. So, and I will also have some live guests here with me in the studio, which I'm really looking forward to. They are going to tell us more about the Festival Univercity. What is that? What is it good for? What is it doing? What does it mean? Well, you'll hear all about it if you just stay tuned to this Ars Electronica channel. But before all of this, first let me give you a glimpse, another glimpse of some of the locations which are part of this year's global Ars Electronica Festival. If you've been watching the session beforehand already, then maybe you've seen 2 of the online gardens from 2 different places of the world already. And we are now going to see the garden from Araucanía, Chile, and after that, the garden from Tokyo. What is this?
寝たきりの先はあると思ってますね。諦めてしまうとね、本当に何もできなくなってしまうかもしれないけれども、テクノロジーとそして先人たちのロールモデルによってね、新しい人類のね生き方を作っていけると、そう思ってます。
Very broad range of impressions, various perspectives and projects that you can find in the gardens from all over the world. The Ars Electronica gardens. We will have more of these little insights in these sessions here on the Ars Electronica channel, or you can also just go and check them out yourselves on the website ars.electronica.art. We are here in Linz, the Johannes Kepler University. So the physical part of this festival is taking place at a university. So you could say it's a university festival here on site, but also there's the festival university. What is this? So Ars Electronica got together with the Johannes Kepler University, the JKU, and together they invited students from all over the world to put together their minds, their brains, if you will, and find ideas, perspectives, concepts, strategies to deal with the global challenges of the future, of which we have many, as I'm sure you're aware of. So this festival university is also a hybrid thing. A lot of it is taking place online, but there are also students and events taking place here on site. Many people are here in person in Linz, Austria. And it's been going on since about a week, and it will continue until September 19th, so nearly 2 more weeks to go. And all in all, it's about 100 young people from all over the world, from very different cultural backgrounds, educational backgrounds, trying to brainstorm together how we can proceed on this world of ours. Here are some impressions of the Festival University.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the official kickoff of the Festival University.
For me, like the transformative power mostly comes from people I meet.
And I don't think there was one day within the last 60 years where 100 students coming from more than 40 countries met at this campus at the same time.
Then we expect that the unexpected will happen.
Like everyone is going for technology nowadays, but don't forget about art.
And this diverse thing is just so interesting because we learned so many things about politics, culture from one another.
a university should not be a factory.
Since my childhood, I always wanted to change in the educational systems.
A university should be a festival itself.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome all. Fantastic.
So now here with me are Regine Sipos, founder and director of the Social Digital Innovation Initiative, and Karin Gabriel, director of the Future Thinking School, both sounding very interesting. They're both responsible for the on-site festival Univercity. So hi, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Trying to find solutions for the future problems of the world. That sounds a very big task. It sounds also a bit abstract. So maybe you can tell us more what the main objective of the Festival Univercity is.
I mean, the main theme about this year's University, it's the first time we are hosting it, the Festival University, is transformation. And the students are asked to, during these 3 weeks of working together in different teams, as well as with each other, to find a new concept that focuses on changing behavior that can initiate transformation. So while of course anything related to technology and art is important from a solutions perspective, we are more focusing on, okay, what kind of behavioral change do we need and how can students inspire that? And I think that that's really exciting because we both were very happy that finally the students are here. After working with them for a week online, we get to meet them in Linz, at least 80 of them. And it's been just an interesting ride so far, yeah.
Right, I think another very important thing is, of course, that we always tend to talk about solutions, like to develop solutions for problems, but oftentimes society and what that really means for us humans is kind of, you know, just like in the background somehow. It's an afterthought of innovation, and so this is why this idea of behavior and how people can actually, and how students can create transformation, and through that the chain reaction of change is something that also distinguishes this program from other programs a bit.
So can you tell me more, us more about who these students are, where do they come from, and also from what fields of studies do they come? Are they all behavioristical psychologists, or what do they do?
I mean, they're truly diverse. I think that's the key word. We have received over 230 applications, and we got a chance to really select the best of the best, in a sense, the ones that we thought would fit best to the program. We have 100 students on board, 20 joining still virtually, 80 being here with us in Linz, and they represent 40 different nationalities, so 40, so truly global. They come from arts background, from economics background, from natural science, we have social studies, we have informatics, we have engineering. It's just a true clash of diverse personalities, nationalities, and streams of studies, yeah.
Right, just to build on that, I think this is what is also going to enable us to create really, really transdisciplinary discussions, right? Because we often see, especially in science, that the different disciplines don't really get to meet each other. And so this is something that we're trying to create here, the transdisciplinary collaboration.
So how can one imagine the day, the program of this Festival University? Is it like a usual university? Are there lectures set every hour and someone talking just to the students, or what is happening?
I think when we built the program, we wanted to get a program, of course, where the students receive information from experts from different fields, may it be scientists, professors from the Johannes Kepler University, artists, and so on. But we also wanted to allow room for discussions among them, because there's a lot they can learn from each other, given their diverse backgrounds, but also giving them room to help us shape the program. So there are a few sessions that are not clearly defined yet for next week, that we are defining as we go along based on what the students need. Of course, we call them thought-provoking talks that are usually happening in the morning. This morning, for example, we had 2 talks on climate change and what it would mean with regards to refugees, for example, as well, and what we as individuals can do.
Right now, our students are in 5 different workshops, from circular economy, autonomous driving, creative robotics, drones and swarm behavior, and a dancing and theater workshop. So yeah, we have very diverse sessions and even some cool social activities that we have planned, yeah.
Right, yeah, we are really trying to help them figure out how to co-create things, so really creating things together. And so, of course, a part of the program is also about that. But it's also because we know that we ourselves can actually learn so much from them, right? They're all experts in their own disciplines, and they come with a completely different kind of knowledge that we might not even have here. So we're also making everything to hear from them.
So very often you mentioned the social aspect of the whole thing already, and very often if you work and you're concentrated all day long, the most productive talks happen at night, yes, when you go out and sit together and are informal. So of course with COVID this is all quite difficult, and also with the hybrid form of this. How do you deal with this? How can you provide a possibility for this social interaction for the students?
I mean, of course, there are certain limitations because of COVID, and we're very mindful because health goes first. Our students get tested every day, and thank God they're very disciplined and understanding when it comes to that, because it's not fun, you know, to get up early in the morning, go to the testing site. But we have tried already in the first week, because they were working together online, they formed different groups to come together. For example, they had to come up with a team name. They had to identify who's going to be the team leader, we call it team link, who is kind of like helping coordinate the team. We have a chronicler in every team that they decided on, who's capturing what they experience visually. We also came up with a code of co-creation that Regina can talk about a bit more, and we have built in different smaller aspects. Small things such as they find frisbees and volleyballs and playing cards in their student lounge, so during lunch they can get together. And I think a key aspect as well of the program is, of course, the Ars Electronica Festival, which it is grounded on. And what we also wanted to do is give them an understanding of the local infrastructure of Upper Austria, and especially Linz. We, for example, had an excursion on Monday to First Alpine Stahlwelt, which was very interesting. And next Monday, we are taking them to the memorial site in Mauthausen, because it's also part of, you know, our history, and it's important topic we want to talk about, yeah. But I think the code of co-creation is a very interesting concept that we have developed with them, yeah.
Right, thank you. Yeah, if I may say just a few words about that. Of course, I think when, especially when such a diverse group of people comes together, it's always important to have some sort of a code of conduct, but we actually wanted to shape this together with the teams, with the people themselves. So we created a 1.5 hour workshop. It really took quite a long time, but we wanted to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. They basically, it is still a living document, because we knew that things might change in terms of how they want to create together as soon as they meet here in Linz and start really working together. So it's a living document that is still in development, but we are going to be publishing it as soon as it's ready, and it's 10 points of just really the most beautiful and most important values that such a diverse group can bring together that I've ever seen in my life.
It sounds really inspiring, and as I said already, it's still going on until the 19th of September.
Yes.
So maybe last question, what is the final goal for this whole Festival University? What is the aim at the end of the whole thing?
I mean, there are 2 aims. I mean, we're still, you know, of course, it's on the one hand side, the students are asked to deliver a presentation towards the end, which will answer the question, will be an answer to the questions, how can we students initiate, inspire, and start transformation, and so create a chain reaction of change. So that's kind of like the working question. But for us as well, and I guess for the Johannes Kepler University and Ars Electronica, it's also a prototype. It's a test fail of, can we create new academic programs that are interdisciplinary, that are diverse, that are not only bringing together technology and science, but technology and science, art, and society. So it's, I think, of course, on the one hand side, a huge playing ground for us. That's why I personally feel very honored to be part of this program. And for the students, it's it's also a playing ground, because until like even right now, we have about 1.5 weeks to go. We don't really have a clear vision yet of what the final presentation will look like. So we're all very curious. At least I am. I'm not sure about you, Rangita.
Right, and I think that the other very important thing about this is that, again, the end presentations, they're also, so to say, co-created.
Yeah.
So the students are going to be at the festival Sunday afternoon, and they're going to try to engage the local audience in helping them shape the concepts about creating this transformation. They're also going to be getting, feedback and input from each other. So it's really going to be something that is, again, very, very co-created. And this is why we have no idea what the outcome is going to be.
Yeah.
Is this whole Festival University, the presentation at the end and so on, also partly public, or is it all a closed, safe space?
Yeah.
But can people, viewers out there of our channel, for example, also peek inside of what's going on at Festival University?
So it is a closed event in the sense that it's taking place in the deep space in Ars Electronica, the first part. But then we are taking them to the main square in Linz at around 6:37 p.m. on Friday, the 17th of September, where there's going to be a surprise interaction. And whatever's happening in the deep space will also be live streamed on all social media channels.
Is it a surprise for us viewers, or are you also still unsure? Is it also going to be a surprise for you?
It's still a surprise for us as well. We're working on it. Yeah.
Okay, very thrilling. So you mentioned already that so many students applied for this Festival University. Under which perspective and which categories did you try to choose among them?
Well, first of all, it was overwhelming to select 100 out of 230 because they were all brilliant. We, in the end, of course, wanted to find a bit of balance from a gender perspective. We wanted to find a balance from a field of studies perspective, as well as from a nationalities perspective. So we wanted to include as many nationalities as possible. And yeah, this is kind of like the mix. I think we could have invited all of them, to be honest, because they were all brilliant, but these were the hundreds that we went there, and I think now seeing them here is I guess we made the right choice, yeah.
And from the feedback, do you think this is going to be the first and the last Festival University, or maybe this is going to be an annual thing?
I guess that's still open to say. I think if you ask the students now, they would definitely like to come again. I guess our team, I don't know, Regina, how you see it, but I think we would also be open for it, definitely. Well, maybe it's the first of many, but it's definitely something that is going to be, I guess, impactful, no matter whether it's going to be the first and the last or the first of many, because we already hear from students that also the fact, for quite a few of them, it's the first time in Europe or in Austria. For quite a few of them, it's the first time joining a program with so many different nationalities and so many different fields of studies. So the conversations they already have, the contacts and the friendships they're going to build, this goes beyond the 19th of September, right? So no matter whether it's going to be the first or the last, we are working towards it having a long-term impact.
It already is the beginning point of something long-term, and that is very beautiful. Thank you both so much for joining me here on the channel, for telling me more about the Festival University. We've been talking about the appliances of students. They sent you videos of themselves, among which you had to choose, and two of those videos we're going to see now, namely the one of Voyage and of Isolde.
Hi, my name is Wojciech Masharu. I'm a 24-year-old from Poland. This is my university where I've graduated, earning a bachelor's degree in computer science. This is also a place where I got unjustifiable disciplinary proceeding for defamation of religious feeling, place where it is still acceptable to treat the woman's body as an object in the 21st century, place where women in STEM are not treated as equal. Place where you can hear racist slur toward people from East, place where no-Nazis had a concept. This is my town. This is a place where first equality march in Białystok began. We're saying that everyone deserves love is an illness and heresy. This is the main square with a smiling city hall, but it is a facade of really sad stories. This is my game which I wrote for my thesis about this city and forgotten history. In the past, it was a city where many languages were spoken, where Jews, Germans, Poles, Russians, and many more lived together. This game tells about those places and people whom we forgot and don't want to remember. Now, my city is known as a capital of disco polo and racism. This is a cathedral in a city center where Polish president who was trying to get re-election was talking about members of the LGBT+ community as not human. This is my banner, which was torn down by his supporters. This is a place where President haven't heard young girls who are concerned about their future and changing climate. Place where one of them was sexually assaulted by one of his supporters. Place where police and politicians saw this and did nothing. Place where Archbishop thanked radical right for defending traditional values, for attacking on young people. Place where fascists had a mask for their anniversary. This is my Catholic junior high school where recently one girl was expelled for taking part in protests against banning the abortion in Poland. This is a police station where I put a vigil light to commemorate those who were attacked by non-uniformed police forces in peaceful protests against anti-abortion ban. Place where I was interrogated for putting those lights and for supporting an expelled student. This is my previous workplace where I worked on an app to detect early stages of melanoma skin cancer. Although I don't know much about biology, as a programmer, I could translate someone's idea into reality. This is my future university where I hope I will be guided to excel my knowledge, a place where I could create a solution to detect early stages of mental illness and support the mental health of many who just like me struggle in that matter, who cannot afford private appointments, who cannot rely on the public health system. This is me, my city, my world, which needs to change now. It's already late.
Ich sehe ihn nicht.
Hi. Change. Change is a strong word with a powerful meaning. It's a way to be taught something new. Sometimes can be good, other times can be bad. It's like going on a vacation. You don't know what to expect until you reach your destination. Because when you travel, you adapt in new environments and new cultures, and through this way, you explore and discover the many ways that a life can be lived. Traveling, it's the most interactive way to acquaint knowledge. That's why everyone loves it. Our human nature is the one who's forcing us to push our boundaries, because we are trying to find ways to evolve into the perfect human, the one whose knowledge has no limits. That's the reason change exists. It's there to get us out of our comfort zone and into the abysses of the unknown. This is where digitalization comes as a new way of learning, communicating, and helping us evolve as human beings. Digitalization is the initiative for change. As for me, a student of the 12th grade in high school, and in a year an active citizen of my country, I want to bring change in our world, and especially in the field of engineering, as it is the major I want to follow in college and the job I want to pursue in my later life. I want to be in the generation of people that will transform this world into a better one, and I'm inclined to believe that this program will provide me, as well as the mentors and professionals of the university community, with provisions for intellectual and personal growth. Thank you.
Two of the students of this year's Ars Electronica Festival University. And now we're also joined by two more guests, by Stefan Minsky and Maria Jose Sanchez Varela Barajas. They're both here via Zoom. Hi, hello, welcome. Okay, I can see you, but I can't hear you yet. The usual thing with... now.
How are you?
Very good. The usual...
Guten Tag.
Usual conversation at the beginning of every Zoom conference. Can you hear me? Can you see me? So Stefan has been working for the Ars Electronica Future Lab for over 10 years, and he's an expert in transdisciplinary collaboration and art-driven innovation. And Maria also works interdisciplinary. She's a professor, philosopher, and also a dancer. So let me maybe start with you, Stefan. In your PhD, you investigated the topic of transdisciplinary collaboration. And can you talk about this in the context now of the Festival Univercity?
Yes, well, thank you very much. Well, to begin with, I guess a lot of my PhD was very heavily informed by the work that I was doing at the Ars Electronica Future Lab. I was really trying to understand how collaboration is working in what I would consider, and I think a lot of my research also backs up the fact that this is one of very few very well-established ongoing transdisciplinary research organizations in the world, really. And there was a few curious things that came out of my research, and I think probably one of the most important is this idea that there's different ways to understand collaboration, and I think Regina touched on this before. There's one which understands, I think, collaborating towards problems and solving problems. I would even go even further than that, with collaborating with a purpose to find something in the first place, find a solution to solve a problem. But what I learned, the deeper I was delving into my work at the Future Lab, is there's also another collaboration that's happening outside just the task that you're doing, working in teams, trying to solve problems. And what's really important there is you have this mixed team of highly trained people from across different disciplines working together on a daily basis all the time. So outside of their projects, they're actually collaborating just in general. And that's what I like to refer to as open-ended collaboration, which is very different to most of the way I think universities understand collaboration towards a closed-ended process. So I think at best, most universities currently, at least in terms of my work and a lot of the work I do with universities in Australia now, I think they've at best discovered interdisciplinarity, and they're applying interdisciplinary teams to solving problems. But it's very rare that you actually find within these universities there are people from highly trained disciplines working together constantly in an environment all the time. They're actually just coming together to work on solving problems and then maybe not even working together again. And I think that's, for me, one of the really fundamental differences. And my feeling, and a lot of the work I'm doing in Australia, is, I guess, somewhere between consulting with universities, helping to cultivate different transdisciplinary programs. And a lot of that work is inspired by using the example of the Ars Electronica. So I think Ars Electronica is a very interesting role model to open up completely different ways of thinking, to open up boundaries, to open up borders, to open up silos. And I feel that what's going on here with this discussion in terms of what's the future university, I think that's really the key, and to unlock that potential of the transdisciplinarity. And I think within that, you're also finding this process towards transformation. And I think that's something which we may even find is not even another university, perhaps it's another layer that exists on top of how we understand the current university.
Thank you. And talking about interdisciplinarity, Maria, you're a professional dancer and also a philosopher. So I'm curious, you're teaching leading at leading Mexican universities, focusing on technology and innovation. So how do you incorporate your the philosophy and the dance into all of this?
Yeah, well, for me, dance has to do with expressing ourselves in space and understanding. If we return to the fact that we live in a world from expressions and through our body we communicate, therefore we can also suggest that the movement has never been separated from the perception of the world and everyday learning. So in fact, dance have made me understand another language, other sides to speech. So body expressions are vital for early stages of learning, and I have brought that into my programs and make many analogies about like sensations and the experience that every day we carry in the relationships and knowledge that we have, not only for the mind, also for being innovative and creativity. We have to make these connections between the corporal, neural, and the body connections. So if the students manage to understand learning is more complex and more holistic way to integrate different sense, that me is already an achievement. And since involves breaking down the way that we have educated so many decades ago. And also, innovation is more than just being the first in something. It's just creativity, asking questions, and integrate it to the world in an alternative way. And this is where philosophy also comes. If we understand how the philosophy starts in the way that we want to understand how the world function and work in the space that we knowledge and we learning to be curious and understanding the art of the questions.
So this is all what we've been hearing very much also about eradicating borders between countries and nationalities, but also between disciplines and also between those natural contrasts that we have in our head between the mind and the body and the science and the arts and so on and so forth, which is really beautiful and which is a big project. Stepping aside for 1 second, you're both involved in the company Art Thinking Australia, which works with one foot inside and one outside the University Institute. So again, a gap that you're bridging, a border that you're crossing. Can you maybe explain a little bit more about this and also the inspiration behind the Art Thinking Australia?
Yeah, sure. I kind of touched on it before, but yeah, after all my many years at the Ars Electronica Future Lab and during my time there is when this word started, the terminology of art thinking started to come into being very much, I think, through the research of my wonderful former colleague Hideaki Yugawa, who gave a great presentation on art thinking just the other night. And this for me was, I felt like kind of a revelation to put some terminology to something which had always kind of existed or made sense in the way that, you know, I personally was doing my work and going about discovering and working through experience and not actually using any set methodology or method, but drawing on different methods and different methodologies as I saw fit, as I was in my process. And a lot of my earlier work as a experimental artist, by the time I found Future Lab and Ars Electronica, it was just like, you know, a whole other level for me. Like it was a game changer in itself. But yeah, I found that very inspiring, and then that was also what was revealed and came out of my PhD. So I really took this terminology that had started to come out of Ars Electronica, the art thinking, and art thinking exists and has come out almost in that same time period from other places. But I really feel that how it's evolved out of Ars Electronica, the art thinking, or Ars Electronica art thinking, if you like, really resonates well exactly with a lot of the things that we're talking about here. And this is a fundamental piece that's really missing, I think, here in Australia with the work. So I was fortunate enough to be able to use this term and to use this to promote what our company is doing. I'm working very closely with Ars Electronica. I'm an official ambassador, so I develop also programs and partnerships with Ars Electronica. So that, of course, makes sense. But it's very much within that that same approach of what we were talking about before, that we come from that point of when you don't actually know exactly what you want to do. So we're looking for projects and collaborators or partners, rather than if you want to come along and think about a problem that you need to creatively solve. We actually really want to develop these intimate partnerships where we're going through the discovery process together, whether that's industry, but most of the work at the moment is actually working with universities and then those partners to develop the same kind of thing. So I don't think I can describe it any more eloquently than Ars Electronica and the Future Lab, and in particular Hideaki does already, this idea of, a compass and a way to find possibilities, to find directions, and just to change that up a little bit. And on top of that, and I think that's important because of my research, there was another really inspirational term, and for you native German speakers, you would probably know this term, the Handlungsraum. And that was another really interesting term that I found as a really nice way to describe this space for action. And this conversation I had with the Future Lab director many years ago, Horst Hortner, when he was describing to me this way in terms of understanding transdisciplinary collaboration, that it's not just a physical space, it's like a mental space. You have to open up the mind to allow enough space for the other disciplines to enter. And it's really like, it's a total different like culture and a totally different mindset, but it's also precisely what a lot of the universities here right now in Australia are super interested in. And that, apart from being really fun and enjoyable work that I do, it's also, it has a, you know, an economic value, and we're fortunate enough to be able to do this work and earn an income off that.
And you've been both responsible for the online part of the festival University of this Ars Electronica Festival. So how did the collaboration work between the online part of the festival at the university and the on-site festival? How did you manage to connect the students online with the students here on site?
I should probably answer that one as well, because that's a little bit of a separation. So the hat and the role that I'm wearing. Most of that program from my side hasn't actually kicked off yet. I'm working behind the scenes very closely with Regina. We're going to be developing these series of workshops kind of in the week 3 of the program, but there's some very specific activity happening around, firstly, the concepts to do with the future university, and then the overarching topic of transformation. And a lot of my work has been doing these kinds of different styles of workshops. I was very heavily involved in the Future Innovators Summit, again with Hideaki and the Future Lab and our wonderful Japanese partners in Hakuhodo for many years, where we try and bring the workshop space from just being think tank into the do tank and into action. And there's various sort of processes and methods and ways of doing that. And over the course of the last year, particularly with some of the research I'm doing with the universities, there are new tools that have been developed and there are new possibilities for that. So I'm working with Regina, which is fantastic again, because we've had a bit to do already in the past with the Future Innovators Summit. And that will be executed. I think we're starting the first program on the Monday, 13th of the festival.
I especially like the term do tank. The do tank is a very good thing. I have to remember that. So Maria, what I also was curious, was it possible to also integrate the factor of dance somewhere in the program? Because I guess you can talk online, you can philosophize online, you can discuss online, but could you at some point also insert the aspect of dance?
Yeah, well, if we bring back the what is dance mean, for me, like I say, is an approach of questions and movement with your body and express. For if the point of view that you can approach or what we are doing now can be a way to movement and to express ourselves in another way that maybe before we were not able. So for my point of view, dance is in everywhere. It's a way to you move yourself and you move your body. So my question always is gonna be yes, because everybody is different and everybody have the dance and the song. So if we talk about metaphoric way, I can say that we can bring dance everywhere and we can see in the eyes of the dance perception when we talk and we relate it with other ones.
A very beautiful perspective. So my last question to all of you together, but maybe rather short answers because we're running out of time, sadly. In bringing together so many people from so many countries and backgrounds, online, on-site, and so on and so forth, what for all of you was the biggest surprise that you came across in the course of the preparations or the festival, the festival university going on by now itself?
That's an interesting question. The biggest surprise, I think, was the fact that, first of all, despite COVID and travel restriction everybody made it to Vienna. Everybody's safe and sound. We had a fantastic team working with us from the Johannes Kepler University on the organizational side. But I think for me the biggest surprise was, given the rather short time span we had to prepare for it, and we are all coming from different backgrounds, that we really got to work together as a team very quickly. And I feel like we have worked now together for many, many months, although it's only been like a couple of weeks. And I think this was a huge positive surprise for me, that we are also passionate about this project. And now seeing the students here, they make us even more passionate. And I think this has been very rewarding. Yeah.
I think for me, if I may continue, it's how much really, really radical energy there is in all of these students to dismantle old systems. I feel like they're really being extremely critical about all the systems that are creating inequalities around the world, and they also have visions on what to do about that. And I think that this is what is going to be hopefully a big part of the transformation that we're talking about.
For my side is building bridges in a world that is making walls, and thinking together. Having this space is a really amazing way to go through problems and questions and be thinking in the future together.
Oh, we cannot hear you, Christopher.
From my side, it was not so much a surprise, because it's, I think, just because of my own work, been obvious for quite some time, but just really exciting and inspiring when I first heard about the program, and that this is happening as an initiative in Austria, and that, you know, Ars Electronica is heavily involved, because I think there's so much through the Ars Electronica way of thinking and their communities and the contacts they have, including really high-level academics that are leaders in this space, and what that might mean if they come together, and what that could bring for the possibilities to imagine what is the future of the university.
Thank you all so much. The Festival University at the Ars Electronica is still going on until the 19th of September. As we heard before, there's going to be a surprise event on Friday, the 17th, yes, which also we, the public, can peek into, and everybody is curious what's going to happen. Thank you all for being here with me on this channel, and have fun and an interesting time, I wish all of you, for the rest of the Festival University. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. See you later.
See you. And we will now turn towards the deep space. Deep space is one of the most spectacular experiences which you can have at the Ars Electronica Center in Linz, Austria. It's also one of a kind. You cannot find a second deep space anywhere in the world. What is deep space for those of you who are not familiar with it? It is a projection space, an 8K projection space, with a 16 times 9 meters of floor and a wall the same size. And there's laser tracking, there's 3D animations. So in the deep space, you can really dive into whatever you see in the projections. You can dive into and experience interactive installations, videos that are just immensely huge, and you're in the middle of it. And many media artists have already taken up the challenge to create custom-made pieces for Ars Electronica's deep space, exploring its possibilities, how to interact with the visitors. And if you've ever been there, if you've ever been to the deep space, you might remember how you've been blown away by the sheer intensity of it, not only due to its size, but also due to the whole technological possibilities that you have there. And we are now going to switch over live to the deep space, where we're going to see a performance by media artist Crayola. The piece is called Transient Impermanent Paintings. It is an audiovisual piece performed on a grand piano and conducted by in collaboration with a generative algorithm. In addition to the music, we are going to see digital brush strokes which appear on the projection space. And I think it starts already, so enjoy Quayola in the Deep Space live now. transient, impermanent paintings. That was the piece that we just saw live from the deep space in the Ars Electronica Center, performed by Quayola featuring Sept. What we just saw was a polyphonic, synesthetic landscape, the brush strokes corresponding with the sound of the piano. A software was developed especially for this piece, which made it possible for the sound and the projection to seamlessly interconnect, as we just saw. The artist Davide Quayola has always been experimenting with different media, and now with this work he has been expanding his scope of work to the medium of sound. And for this project he featured studio collaborator and musician Andrea Santicchia, aka Sept. Now from the deep space to another fundamental part of the Ars Electronica, the Future Lab. Future Lab is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and for this reason they've come up with something special. The young members who've been part of the Future Lab for less than 25 months went out to collect opinions from internationally renowned futurologists for a project called Experts of the Future Community Project. So together they had them come up with future narratives for the next 25 years still to come. And they explored cultural diversity, the future of mobility. They even sent out their wishes and regards to inhabitants from outer space. One other thing that has to be mentioned when it comes to those who were interviewed for this project is that on average they were 7 years old. The Ars Electronica Future Lab organized a prototype workshop with the team members' kids and guided them into the future on a 3-step journey. After that, they were sent out and international outreach to partners all over the world to collect statements from young experts regarding the future of this world, to get a future narrative. And here's a little glimpse of what happened there.
Es kann mal regnen und so, dann ist es kalt. Oder wenn die Wolken kommen. Aber wenn die Sonne scheint und die Wolken, die Sonne nicht im Weg stehen, dann kann die Sonne ganz stark scheinen und es ist heiß. Auch manche Menschen auch in solchen Häusern und andere Menschen in Höhlen unter der Erde bleiben. Manche Menschen wohnen in Häusern, die sie nicht selbst gebaut haben, aber den Bauarbeitern angetragt haben, bitte bauen Sie das. Und ein paar wohnen in ein riesiges Haus, da hat man drin eine Wohnung. Vielleicht solche Busse, die aussehen, oder Autos, wie riesige Flugzeuge. Aber wahrscheinlich Autos wie jetzt. Ja. Und Flugzeuge, die fliegen, und Fahrräder, die werden wahrscheinlich bleiben, bis es sie gar nicht mehr gibt.
Ich glaube Flugzeuge nicht, denn die sind ja zu schlecht für den Klimawandel. Das heißt, nach einer Zeit, glaube ich, werden Flugzeuge nicht mehr so oft fliegen.
Ich würde sagen, die Schulen bleiben so, wie sie gerade sind. Vielleicht sieht die dann aus wie ein kleines Gespenst. Vielleicht hat sie eine Sprache, die mal sprechen, Olympisch. Sie sprechen Deutsch? Hier in Österreich sprechen sie Deutsch. Es gibt viele Länder und bei den meisten Ländern sprechen sie eine andere Sprache. Da sprechen sie eine andere Sprache, wie zum Beispiel Spanisch oder Italienisch oder Französisch oder Ungarisch.
Young future experts researching for the Ars Electronica's Future Lab. And there's another platform at Ars Electronica for the young ones, the future media artists, the digital philosophers, the content creators, and those who want to make a change in this world or the world of tomorrow. The Create Your World department of Ars Electronica, it sees itself as an experimentation platform for everyone who wants to engage in the world of tomorrow, but it is based on the Prix Ars Electronica's U19 category, where young people up to the age of 19, so students and children, can send in their projects, their ideas and their concepts, and based on this there is a festival inside of the Ars Electronica Festival, so to say, the Create Your World area, where you can see and most foremost experience many of those projects that has been sent in. So visitors can not only pass by and look at the exhibition pieces, but it's more of an open lab. You can take part in it, you can participate, you can talk to the artists and creators who are also here, and together you can try to work on different topics, different questions. So this is the Create Your World Festival at the festival here. Then also, since a couple of years, Create Your World has a tour, the Create Your World tour, around schools all over the year, where some of these projects are being brought to schools. There are workshops done with students and teachers, and one idea or one aim of these workshops and this tour is to inspire more young people to become workshop leaders themselves, maybe. And so at the end of this stands some peer-to-peer education. So you could say these are the three pillars of Create Your World. You have the Prix, the contests, if you want. You have the festival at the festival, and you have the tour all year long. And we are now going to see one example of the projects of this year's Create Your World. A project by Nikolaus Juch. He's now 19 years old. And what he did is he created a talking Tesla coil, which creates sound by electricity. You can see and hear voices, music, whatever you want to the Tesla coil to create. And Nikolaus Juch created this project with the aim to present it at schools, to inspire and to motivate more young people to get into STEM subjects, to be more interested in science, technological, mathematical subjects, and to demonstrate what you can do with the power of modern power electronics. Here's a video of Nikolaus Juch's talking Tesla coil.
Hello everybody, I am Tessie, the talking Tesla coil, and I am looking forward to the Ars Electronica Festival 2021. I can't wait to get to know all the other artworks and inventions and to meet the artists and the visitors of Linz Festival for Art, Technology and Society. My inventor Nikolaus Juch and I won the Young Professionals Honorary Mention at this year's Prix Ars Electronica in the category U19 Create Your World. Woohoo! By the way, I am not an artificial intelligence, therefore, this text wasn't created by myself. But I can reproduce any audio sequence like human language or songs that are given to me without any pre-processing. And I make a hell of a light. See you soon at Ars Electronica Festival from 8th to 12th of September.
And Nikolaus Juch's talking Tesla coil will also be displayed here on site at the Johannes Kepler University, the Ars Electronica Festival, and people can witness the impressive talking Tesla coil in the Create Your World area. Now I am about to welcome a guest again here with me on this channel in the studio, namely Andrew Newmann. And we're going to talk about Studiotopia, a European initiative for the collaboration and interdisciplinary collaboration of art and science. More about this a little bit later, because before we talk more in deep about Studiotopia, we're going to watch a video, one of the projects of Studiotopia. The title is How to Read Poetry to Cancer Cells by Sandra Lorenzi from France. And the question behind this video, this project, is what invisible threads link living cells to a poet. The artist Sandra Lorenzi collaborated with Jean-Christophe Marine. He's a professor for cancer biology in Belgium, and it is one very interesting example of how science and art can work together.
Dégagement. Réharmonisation à son maximum. Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. Bienvenue chez moi à Montreuil, où je vis. Je suis Sandra Lorenzi, je suis une artiste française et poétesse, et je vais vous parler de mon travail artistique. Mon travail artistique se déploie à travers différents médiums, le dessin, la poésie, l'écriture poétique, les installations, la sculpture, les peintures murales. À travers mon travail, j'essaye de me reconnecter à mes imaginaires, de me connecter au vivant, et de faire en sorte de connecter ce qui n'est pas encore connecté, c'est-à-dire de relier des choses, des êtres qui a priori ne se rencontrent pas, des histoires qui a priori ne se rencontrent pas, et de faire en sorte qu'elles résonnent l'une avec l'autre. Dans tout cet univers, dans tous ces mondes, j'essaye d'apporter un regard nouveau sur nos croyances, sur notre relation au vivant, de faire en sorte qu'il n'y a plus de hiérarchie entre les êtres, qu'il n'y a même plus de jugement entre ce qui pourrait paraître animé et ce qui pourrait paraître inanimé. Dès lors, je m'intéresse forcément aux pratiques énergétiques, ce qu'on appelle l'énergétique, c'est-à-dire la translation des énergies, la manière dont les énergies passent, circulent, se transmettent et rentrent aussi en relation avec nous. Ce savoir-là, cette culture-là, je dirais qu'elle m'a été transmise de manière presque inconsciente par mon arrière-grand-mère, que j'ai très peu connue, puisqu'elle est morte quand j'avais 5 ans, mais qui m'a transmis finalement sa sensibilité et sa curiosité pour la médiumnité. Mon arrière-grand-mère était médium, donc elle rentrait en contact avec différentes entités et elle en a tiré une culture. Cette culture, j'en ai hérité. Et ce sont des cultures qui justement vont à la rencontre des entités, qu'elles soient visibles ou invisibles, dans une relation à des dynamiques qu'on essaye voilà, de faire apparaître et de transformer. Quand j'écris une ode philosophique, c'est un écrit poétique, je parle par exemple de la vie d'un grillon, des vies antérieures d'un grillon, qui a rencontré différents personnages au cours de sa vie. Il a pu rencontrer un mineur, il a pu rencontrer un soldat de la Première Guerre mondiale, il a pu rencontrer une petite fille chinoise. Et à travers ces vies, finalement, le grillon se questionne sur sa condition d'être, sur sa relation qu'il entretient avec les humains. Je vais vers les animaux, je vais vers les insectes, je vais vers les pierres, ou le végétal, l'animal, le minéral. Et je vais essayer de travailler avec leur caractère propre, leur spécificité. De ces écrits surgissent bien sûr des personnages, des actants, d'une sorte de comédie humaine, et ils alimentent un grand nombre de mes dessins. Je réalise des dessins au crayon de couleur. Ce sont des dessins qui sont très colorés, qui sont très vifs, très dynamiques. Je les travaille comme des sortes de cartes. Ça pourrait faire penser à des cartes de tarot, à des gravures alchimiques du XVIIe. Donc je puise dans cette culture-là. J'aime bien aussi mélanger les genres. Moi, je suis quelqu'un aussi qui vient de la bande dessinée. Ça m'a beaucoup marqué étant jeune et je suis toujours une très grande amatrice de bande dessinée. J'en lis beaucoup. Cette relation à l'imaginaire, elle est très forte pour moi. Je pense qu'on a trop sous-estimé l'imagination comme capacité, comme faculté. On parle toujours de l'intelligence, de l'intellect, mais on oublie parfois de considérer l'imagination comme une capacité en soi qui permet de créer d'autres relations au monde et qui permet aussi d'aller vers d'autres futurs. Par exemple, dans le travail que j'ai réalisé récemment pour le musée d'art contemporain de Lyon, on m'a demandé dans des formes qui pouvaient résonner avec l'imaginaire lié aux montagnes, à l'ascension, mais aussi à l'effondrement. On parle beaucoup de l'effondrement des Alpes. Et donc moi, dans le cadre de cette exposition, j'ai voulu proposer une peinture murale qui soit dans une dynamique qui justement va de l'animal à l'humain, dans une relation comme ça plus, je dirais, égale ou équitable. J'ai pu constater que les enfants sont très réceptifs à ces peintures-là. Parfois, les adultes ont plus de mal car ils oublient ou ils ont plus de mal à se reconnecter à leurs imaginaires. Mais quand ils trouvent une porte d'entrée, ça peut être par une couleur, par un mot, là, ils voyagent avec moi, ils voyagent finalement, ils créent leur propre voyage et leur propre compréhension à travers la proposition artistique. J'ai pu aussi également faire une autre proposition pour un autre lieu d'art qui s'appelle l'Espace d'art concret, c'est à Montsartou, où là j'ai travaillé en 3 temps, 3 propositions, 3 peintures qui créent une rythmique qui se situe dans un escalier avec un mouvement d'ascension. Et ces 3 peintures ont vraiment été pensées pour venir comme une sorte de seconde peau sur le mur et pour justement adoucir la relation à l'espace et pour en prendre soin. Cette relation au soin, je la pratique à travers ma relation aux pierres. Je travaille avec bien sûr des pierres de soin ou avec des pierres de protection. J'ai par exemple réalisé ce talisman qui est un talisman ici qui est réalisé en bois de noyer Il y a de la feuille d'or, il y a des crayons de couleur, et au centre donc on a cette obsidienne. L'obsidienne là qui est une pierre qui permet de se connecter à son intériorité de manière, je dirais, assez forte. C'est plutôt une proposition là qui permet la méditation. Dans le cadre de ma résidence avec Studiotopia, je voulais que la question du soin soit également au centre de ma proposition artistique. Mais pas seulement. Je voulais relier la relation aux soins et aussi la relation aux imaginaires. Finalement, je me suis rendu compte que la maladie, si on peut appeler ça une thématique de travail, elle est peu présente dans le champ de l'art contemporain aujourd'hui en France. On connaît tous l'art-thérapie, mais l'art ne s'intéresse pas beaucoup à ça, comme si, d'une certaine manière, le fait de rajouter un usage à l'art enlevait de la noblesse à cet art-là, en fait. Et je trouve ça dommage pour ma part. Je pense que l'art n'a pas de limite en termes de questionnement, en termes d'intérêt, en termes d'attention. Et j'ai eu la chance de rencontrer donc Jean-Christophe Marine, qui est chercheur au VIB et qui est spécialiste dans la recherche contre le cancer de la peau, du mélanome. Mon projet avec Studiotopia s'appelle « Comment lire de la poésie à des cellules cancéreuses ». Je trouvais intéressant, par rapport à nos discussions avec Jean-Christophe Marine, de donner de l'attention aux cellules cancéreuses. Lui-même dit que les cellules cancéreuses s'expriment, qu'elles sont des entités, et qu'elles s'expriment par l'aberration. Ce mot-là est intéressant, aberration, puisqu'il veut dire s'écarter d'eux, comme si la cellule cancéreuse choisissait une voie plutôt qu'une autre, et en l'occurrence une mauvaise voie. Donc mon projet donne de l'attention à ces cellules et finalement les considère comme des expressions au même type que n'importe quelle autre expression. J'ai fait appel à une helléniste, Hélène Vial, qui est une spécialiste d'Ovide, et on va donc très bientôt mener une expérience. On va lire de la poésie à des cellules cancéreuses. Donc on a choisi les métamorphoses, puisque Ovide, dans les métamorphoses, développe une sorte d'organisme poétique. Certaines passions, comme la jalousie, l'envie, la colère, mènent à la pétrification des âmes et à la pétrification des corps. Et le mot cancer apparaît. Et ça nous a vraiment intéressé justement ce parallèle entre finalement une poésie antique, cette idée de la pétrification, et la mettre en regard avec des pratiques ultra contemporaines, de pointe, telles qu'est la recherche fondamentale contre le cancer. Ma volonté était de donner davantage de place également aux patients. Donc on a sollicité des patients ou des ex-patients pour mener un atelier, une sorte de workshop d'expression. Et là, j'ai posé cette question simple aux patients. Qu'est-ce que vous aimeriez dire à vos cellules ? Parce que je pense qu'il est important de redonner une place à l'expression. Finalement, il s'agit de combattre une expression par une autre expression. Puisque le cancer s'exprime, il faut aussi lui finalement mettre devant lui une autre forme d'expression et permettre aux patients de reprendre une certaine forme de pouvoir sur ces cellules-là. Le gris au soir, une note philosophique en 6 mouvements. Premier mouvement, nervulation. Ouverture. Moi, le fouisseur des chambres, au cœur des chaleurs et des noirs sués, remonte à vos faces occultes pour y dévoiler les présents. Prêtez-moi l'ouïe pour gonfler le tympan qui s'enjambera dans la terre exquise, comme l'ultime prétoire de nos sous-sols jonchés. Je ne suis plus l'insecte de vos prairies, ni la bête des sommes. Mon chant grésille depuis les fonds, mon chant se charge depuis les fronts, fébrile, de vos consciences labiles. Lâchez l'histoire-providence qui s'aligne en vain. Notre périple n'a pas de fuite, nos espoirs n'ont pas de fin. Je suis l'insecte de vos combats, Grillons s'engrillonnent, forcés à muter pour survivre à la donne. Mes dommages s'accordent à vos servages collatéraux. De la larve à l'aïeul, les mues ont passé et les peaux ont brûlé. L'usage voudrait qu'elle demeure en paix, mais le repos n'est qu'une trêve pour le magma des fossés. J'ai reçu de mes vies brèves l'expérience continuelle et quelques pouvoirs supra, intra, terrestres. J'écoute les ondes se propager sur les sols. J'écoute les ondes se propager sous les sols. J'ai la mémoire absolue. Préparez-vous à négocier. Sur mes ailes se trame l'atlas du reflux. Je suis l'instrument de vos percées. Que le fouissement commence, semblable à vos introspections, tortueuses et palpitantes. Ma physique, en musique, excave les âges synchrones. Passé, présent, futur se chevauchent au rythme des strates. De la droite à la gauche au rythme des litres. Plus je frictionne et plus se violonnent vos oublis. Regardez, les dimensions cultes se déplacent en cercle. Je ne suis plus l'insecte de vos combats. De grillon à grillot, je stridule pour l'air, je stridule pour mer, qui spirale l'échiquier. Je suis le gris au soir, que le fouissement commence, et danse les mannes de nos terriers.
So that was How to Read Poetry to Cancer Cells by Sandra Lorenzi and Jean-Christophe Marine, a project from the Studiotopia department of the Ars Electronica Festival. It is a European initiative for the interdisciplinary collaboration between art and science to address future challenges. Scientists from a variety of fields and disciplines have been working together with and learning from leading European artists. This year's Ars Electronica Festival sees the kickoff of a 17-month conversation between the artists and the scientists who will explore future problems and try to find solutions. And with me now is Andrew Newmann. Hi, nice to see you here.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
Andrew Newmann, you're a producer at the European Platform for Digital Humanism, and you're working on various projects focusing on the potential of art, on innovating teaching and education, and you're also responsible for Studiotopia. So can you tell us more about this inversation of the residency concept? So usually artists are sent to scientific laboratories to watch the scientists work and then make art out of it. But this concept of Studiotopia is different.
Yeah, it's the other way around. So we've reversed it, and the scientists are resident in the artist studios. It actually kicked off last festival, so the 17 months are already through a bit, so we're getting there. But yeah, we had an open call last year for scientists to apply to be scientists in residence with the artists across Europe with the various partners. It's coordinated by Beaux-Arts in Brussels, and Sandra Lorenzi is hosted at that institution there. I mean, to be honest, like when I first started the project, I was a little bit cynical about whether scientists would be that interested to actually work with artists. I was like, are we communicating this right? Like, what is it? You know, they're very busy. They're in their labs. They're doing their research. Why would they want to sign up to be a scientist in residence? But yeah, I was completely blown away. We had a huge amount of applications from all sorts of scientific disciplines all across Europe, and we settled on the scientists that were connected with various artists. The artists basically had the final say on who was going to be the scientists working with them, because they also aligned with their own research, the artistic research of the artists as well. So.
Yeah, but you'd think not only if the scientists were willing to go to the artists to their studios, but also are they even able to work in an artistic studio, or can they just sit there? Because if you think of a scientist, you connect the person with the laboratory and all the machines that they have there. So what can they actually do?
Well, I mean, they didn't actually get a chance to visit the studio. So COVID hit right as the residency hit off. So it was kind of then also a very different sort of way of working. So originally the artists, the scientists were going to be meeting up with the artists 6 times and across, they would go to the artist studio, but also the artists would go to the labs as well. And I think it was more to get an understanding, to share ideas. It wasn't necessarily to immediately get hands-on. Like the project isn't sort of about producing a work at the end. It's about kind of finding a point of connection together. A lot of the projects are producing a final work, and we hopefully will see most of them next year at the Ars Electronica Festival, so that will be when they finish up. But yeah, it was a difficult time because of this sort of, you know, I think one of the main things the scientists were interested was seeing the actual place of work of the artists in their studio. But the result was it evolved into this collaboration that went on regularly. Like they were meeting every week, they were like discussing ideas, and they actually became, you know, this 17-month process, which was originally supposed to be 6 meetings, was like 17 months of weekly meetings and working together and exploring things and just talking to each other also, because, you know, there's a lot of points of common interest between artists and scientists. It is both a sort of project-based way of working.
Mm-hmm. And the theme of Studiotopia is art and science in the Anthropocene. Can you tell us more about this, or what this means in this context?
Yeah, so the Anthropocene, there's a point in time that, like, where humans have made so much impact on the Earth. I think it's something we have heard a lot about, especially in the art world. In the scientific world, it's actually a point of contention. There's no actual Anthropocene from a sort of scientific definition of the term. But like, the idea is that humans have made a huge impact on the world, and we need to work out how to sort of reverse that. And this is, we also asked them to kind of deal with the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. So each of the projects was to align with a certain SDG to kind of respond to how we can create a more sustainable planet. And I think this is something that's being worked on like regularly in the scientific world, in scientific research, but it's not something that often artists are asked to like respond to directly. So I think that was also a challenge to kind of think about artistic practice as having a practical impact to actually create radical change through artistic work. I mean, in the video we just saw from Sandra, she was like talking about how, you know, it's often people are a bit sort of insecure about the idea of art having an applied purpose or actually changing the world. That's not just a conceptual, theoretical, aesthetic thing, that it's actually something that can change the way that we live. And so this is something that we asked them to look at when responding to the Sustainable Development Goals.
So you seek solution-orientated kind of work?
I mean, that's a big word, solution-orientated. So I wouldn't say that we're looking for the solutions. We're looking at sort of better understanding the problems and better communicating the problems. So I think like one of the things, you know, there's been a lot of critique about Sustainable Development Goals from the scientific world. Like, you know, we're facing a huge climate crisis. These things are so big, the Sustainable Development Goals, like they're unreachable in effect. And the main thing is that they're unreachable is because we're not approaching them across all areas of life and society. That often it's like focused on one area of like industry or economy or sort of like education, but all of these things are linked. And one of the things that artists and art practice, I think, allows us to do is traverse these different areas. At art school, my professor always say that artists act as like switchboard operators or border crossers without a passport, that we have this ability to kind of move and connect things, and also not just the ability, a license to do that, that often many professions don't have. And that was one thing that I found that was brought up with the scientists often, is like, but what is your actual media? What is your actual practice? What is your actual craft? Like, this idea that they're only focusing on sort of this one fine thing. It's like, no, I'm dealing with whatever comes to me, and I'm responding in the way that is appropriate at the same time, and it allows me to move, to shift, to travel across different areas.
You work on a lot of educational projects, also, as I mentioned before, focusing on the potential of art, on education. Can you tell us more about your work?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm working on 3 projects with Ars Electronica, also European projects. So there's the Open Science Hub, Creative School, and STEAM Inc., which is STEAM Innovation and Curriculum. And I'll broaden that term STEAM because that's the idea of all of this. And this is STEM, we might have heard of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And the idea was like to throw in art. And I kind of do this in a throwaway way, throw in art. But it's also, the idea of STEAM is that art actually allows us to enter all these different ways. As I was just saying, it's like a good way to act as a switchboard operator in a sense. And we're talking about like creating educational programs in schools, in informal spaces, in higher education in the case of STEAM Inc., that sort of teaches this ability of like an artistic approach, an artistic way of like leading through engineering problems, technology, the stuff that we see coming out of the Ars Electronica Center often, and you know, this mode of art thinking that we also see in the Future Lab as well. So this is the way that we kind of want to create like educational programs that can include this. And yeah, most of this is like research, but it's also like developing actual resources that will be available as well for schools, open resources, schools and teachers to use.
Is it also kind of finding a way back, because originally the science, the math, and what is now considered classic art were not divided so strictly as they are now? So
yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, in the case of, you know, the European projects that we put within this framework of the European Platform for Digital Humanism, I've got to highlight the idea of humanism. So this came about during the Italian Renaissance. And if we think back then, like the idea of education and learning and sort of figures like Leonardo da Vinci was about having it all together, understanding it all. And this is something that's sort of necessary because technology, society, our actual environment, our globe, our air is changing so quickly, so rapidly that we need to be able to sort of see everywhere, to adapt, to change. And to see everywhere, we kind of need to have this perspective that we can get through art and art-led education.
So one last question. You mentioned earlier that the artists had a word in choosing which scientists they would want to work together with. But how were the leading European artists that I mentioned earlier chosen? How did you, or who did pick them?
Yeah, so they were selected by the partner organization. So there were people that were working with or exhibited before. So in the case of Ars Electronica, we have Maya Smreka, who's has got to work here today as well with her scientist collaborator, Jonas Jorgensen, and also Kat Austin, who's working with like ecology and sort of like participatory practices, and she's working with the scientists Lawrence Gill and Indre Slojebet from the University of Helsinki, Lawrence from Trinity. And so we selected them based on the practices that we were excited about at Ars Electronica, that we also saw saw potential of linking them with scientists as well. And also not only the potential of them linking them with scientists, but the potential of them to act as good hosts in their studios to the scientists as well, which they've done a great job of, I must say.
Okay, was it a very hard choice to find all of the artists?
Yeah, it was definitely a hard choice. It's not an easy choice to make. Yeah, so it's something that, like, you know, we have open calls often for artists, and in the case of this program, we originally were going to do an open call for artists as well, but like with the time frame of calling for artists and then calling for scientists, the time would be up. So we were thinking, all right, who do we know working right now that's really exciting us? And so, yeah, Maya and Kat came to mind, and we were like, yes, let's get started. Let's do this.
Andrew Newmann, thank you very much for stopping by here in our studio, telling us more about Studiotopia. very interesting and exciting project, and I'm curious to see the outcome hopefully next year at the Ars Electronica Festival.
I might also just say you can check out some more of the Studiotopia Journeys that we just saw. There was Sandra Lorenzi on the online platform, so have a look at them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, to come to an end of this session, we will see another piece from the Taste Your Soil community project. We asked people from the festival, from different gardens all over the world, to send us pictures and videos of them tasting their local soil and describing the taste of it. And so now we're going to see a piece by Fabian Wenzelhummer, who tasted some earth here from Austria, from where he is from.
I'm currently standing in the Everdinger alluvial forest, which offers a habitat for countless living beings. It tastes very mossy and very moist, kind of like you would imagine the wood of a 100-year-old whiskey barrel. So, what I like about this particular forest is it's still healthy enough to take care of its own. No need for any human to intervene. You see, you barely see any people. Most of the time you're on your own. It's really great for finding inner peace and inspiration.
That was another piece from our Taste Your Soil community project, Fabian Wenzelhummer, whom you just saw. And we're coming to the end of this session. Thank you so much for watching. And what's coming up next is from the European Theatre Convention, their project Renaissance. They came up with this during the COVID pandemic, and they imagined the renaissance of theatre in a series of short films. The one we are going to see now is from the Dakh Theatre in Ukraine. And see you later. Thanks for watching.
Arte exists in 6 languages for 360 million Europeans, 360 million ways of seeing. Arte.tv.
Hello, I'm the human translator, and this is an hybrid in a future space-time. This hybrid is Bad Wit, the head of the music band The Bad Wits, and an activist. He says, "For those who don't know our story, I will drive you over a time trip to the origins of our interspecies politics. We need to jump into the past. Are you ready? Let's jump to 2020. The hybrids are now coexisting with humans, fully integrated in our multi-species cities and politics. But it is necessary to remember that it was not like that before. There was a time where humans were living mostly only between them in a monoculture cities of humans, exploiting machines, minerals, and so, what we call today the human decadence era. The era that was just before the virus revolution. Some scientists recently discovered a particular event that happened almost at the same time than the beginning of the virus revolution. This event has been called G5 interspecies, and it seems to be organized by an organization called IUFLE, the Interspecies Organization for the Future of Life on Earth. They are suspected of having initiated the interspecies politics. And there is an hypothesis that, according to some other sources, it seems that behind all of this G5 event and IUFLE organization was the naive project of the artist Rocío Berenguer and his collaborator, Iagochi. He has jumped into the time again? No, I think he just jumped into the space. I mean, from one space to another, only vegetal hybrids have this capacity to do this kind of fancy things. They use their pollination capacities to jump into another space. And what's he doing now? What is he doing? Well, I think he's trying to show us, to what point in that period, in the human decadence era, the 5 kingdoms, like the vegetal kingdom, the human kingdom, the animal kingdom, machine kingdom, were all really splitted, and they were this kind of prisons for vegetables and prisons for animals, and they were like living. Oh, okay, we jump Yeah, that's a park. In that period, they were having places called park, and in this park, they had like a room for only vegetable, and they were closed on the night, and they can. Oh, he found something. I think he found something. Maybe he found them. Oh no, it's not that. No, it's not them. Okay. Yep, he jumped into the space again, and now he's trying to find them. Yeah. It had to be very hard to try to find someone on the past. Like, imagine to jump into the past and try to find someone, especially in a city like Paris. So hard. That era was a really, really weird period. Oh, he found a colleague. He maybe... he's just saying hello to its colleagues. They were... Oh, shit. It had to be difficult to be a bad wit in that period. And run away. Because they worked like Cataton and... Yes, he resists. He managed it. He's a real bad wit. Okay. He didn't get trapped. So, let's... Come. I don't get it. He's running in the other... Sends the same reach. No. He's getting somewhere. Let's follow him. They have to be somewhere. Oh, he seems a bit desperate now. Yeah. Okay. New motivation. Maybe he got new information from his colleagues, the other bad wits running on the city. Is her? No, it's not her. He's not following her. Okay. Let's find them. Maybe. Like, Yep, he's making some signals, so probably we are... It's funny they have all of this mask. This is really the beginning of this, like, virus revolution. They were wearing this mask called the human... he's entering somewhere. Yes, he got the address. We're inside. We just need to know which floor. He knows to read. Okay, we are getting into an elevator. An old elevator. Can you enter? Yes. Let's go in. Okay. Which floor? I don't know if they're gonna be scared. Hopefully they're gonna really open the door. He's scared that they're scared. Hey, hello, I'm a bad wit, an hybrid coming from the future. I would like to chat a bit with you. I think you could have some answer from some questions we are trying to understand, and this is why I come to visit you in the past. Can I get it? Great, we get in. Good, we are in. Okay, Rocio Berenguer is an artist based in Paris, working on an art science project and in anticipation narratives. Through her various artworks, she produces shows, performances, and installations. So who is Iagochi? Iagochi works today as an interactive installation, an art science object derived of Tamagotchi, a tool for questioning human relationship to otherness. Iagotchi is called Iagotchi in reference to both artificial intelligence, IA, the intelligence artificielle, and Tamagotchi. The Tamagotchi was the first artificial human pet that appears on the 90s. And I think it's like the son of the Tamagotchi. So she's explaining that in this installation, in order to connect with it, the public have to grasp an external organ that looks like an artificial heart. It is important for her to think interaction in a multisensorial way. When you are holding something fragile that seems to breathe in your hands, you're gonna relate completely different to it. You're gonna try to be careful, to take care. She tried to avoid the competition effect that she had observed regularly when people interact with a humanized or a talking machine. Most of them gonna feel menaced and try to demonstrate that they are more intelligent than a machine, which is boring because it limits the interaction to a competitive mood, which is very absurd also, because if the goal is to learn something or to experience a poetic or significative moment, the competitive mood is not... For her, Iagotchi is a full entity, a new species, an artificial character and an hybrid companion who learn from our words. Iagotchi started to exist some years ago with the collaboration with the informaticians and researchers Benoît Fabre and Frédéric Bechet from Linz lab of the University of Aix-Marseille.
I think one of the objectives of the project was to build this kind of artificial intelligence. But you all know that in terms of technology, we haven't reached artificial intelligence yet. So we are just using components, and we are probably relying on the artistic framework or the artistic layout in order to make that intelligence emerge. One of the challenges was to try to include a non-deterministic aspects into that project. I think the entity emerges from the fiction. So I think my main interest is to understand the human. And I think developing an AI, for me, at least for me, it's a way of better understanding what we are and maybe where we are going.
It started to have its own life, transforming in a weird way the words of others in its own words. The last year, a new collaboration with Gaël de Chalandard and Fréjus Lehe from the CEA Paris-Saclay became the opportunity to go further in the development of Iagotchi and to explore other applications. An artificial character who's gonna be present in all the artworks of the G5 project, an interspecies communication system, and a tool to explore human, non-human relationships. And yes, she's confirming that she and Iagotchi are behind the organization of IOFLE and the G5 Summit. So G5 Interspecies is an artistic project, a fiction based on a near future where the discovery of other intelligence, such as the animal, plant, artificial and mineral ones, tend to eradicate the hierarchy between species and dethroning the human of the Anthropocene. End of the Anthropocene. How to build a vision of the future based on desire. How to pass over the fear and the reiterative human apocalyptic narrative. How to build a narrative where human is not the center of the world. Current politics seems unable to integrate a larger vision of what life on Earth means, to integrate our vulnerability as a species and our interdependency as human beings with our environment and other forms of life. The artistic project of G5 took 3 different forms: a theater show called G5, a performance called Coexistence and an installation called Litosis. Coexistence is a poem set on music and in dialogue between a human and an AI, a poetic text slam between concert, theatrical text, and AV performance. The narration explored the coexistence between the various reigns of the G5 in the past, the present, and the future. The audience is invited to vote in a dedicated application before entering the show. They have to give their opinion about how they consider their coexistence with the other species.
Hier. Introduction du troisième stade de négociation. L'animal exige des excuses du côté humain, est un allié de la machine, est capable de faire n'importe quoi à cette fin.
Non, non, c'est chaud.
After that, she got busy with the problem of communication. What will be the language or the code between a mineral and a vegetal, between an animal and a machine? And this question brings her to create Litosis. Litosis is an interactive installation based on an interspecies intraliving communication system to communicate with all the various forms of terrestrial life. And finally, we get into the G5. For the show, Rocio was very curious to explore the limits of our current human politics protocols, to understand where are the possibilities and conflicts to build an interspecies politics. G5 is a title that refers to G8 or G20 summits, but in this summit, there are no government or financial powers, but the meeting of the different species that share the globe. Animal, mineral, vegetal, human, and machine diplomacies are there to debate the future of the planet. She's telling to the Hybrid that actually the G5 didn't happen till the end because it got boycotted by the Hybrids. And there was the leader of the group of the very, very bad weeds who knocked down the event. He says, we are one body. And, it seems to me a bit embarrassing for the Hybrid, but the Hybrid excuses itself, saying that we can't take the responsibility of the acts of our ancestors, but he says that he's very, very thankful because all of that will help to reconstruct the erased history of the Hybrids. And he say, I have to leave now, it's late for the future, and it's gone.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich.
Oh, das ist nichts nach Klischee.
Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
Чому світ такий несправедливий і жорстокий? Ну, мабуть, вам так подобається? Ні, всі на це скаржаться. Звісно. А хто робить?
Я хочу зробити щось добре. Чудово. Роби. Але я не знаю, що. Я теж. І що робити? Щось добре.
А як творити добро? Для кого? Для людей. Яких? Всіх? Не вийде. Я зрозуміла, Бога немає? Та ну, а я хто? Не знаю, але точно не Бог. Чому? Тому що Бога немає. А що є? Все інше. Дуже цікаво. А звідки воно взялось? Неважливо. А ти звідки взялась? Від мами і тата? Ага. А приблизно розумієш, як вони тебе робили? Ну, приблизно. І ти віриш, що так можна створити людину?
wordt die op. David, was ist denn mit dir?
Hey, this is the Ars Electronica channel. It still is welcome back, or welcome if you just tuned in and you came to the warm-up session. It's the end of the kickoff day of Wednesday here at the Ars Electronica Festival, and if you just found this website, then click around and explore all of the things that you can find here, find the different gardens from all over the world with various projects and perspectives from different countries and partner institutions that opened their gardens today as well. And also you can find more on the community projects which are going on all over the all festival long until Sunday. So there's the Experts of the Future community project, for example, where young people put together their minds and try to find answers to the big questions, thinking about how the next 25 years on this earth are going to look like. Or another community project is the Taste Your Soil community project, where people all over the world were asked to taste their local soil and describe the taste of it in videos and pictures. So a lot to explore on the website ars.electronica.art. And on this channel you can also find more content tomorrow. The sessions will start again at 11:30. So the first session is going to be about sustainable manufacturing. Then later it's going to be about roboticity and so on and so forth. You have the link now, just save it and click in again. Today, the kickoff day, we have some opening events coming up, not only here on site in Linz, Austria, but also online. There are going to be several online special opening events coming up for you. You're going to hear more about it, how to find them and how to also participate in what's coming up here over this session, the warm-up session, which I'm not doing all by myself, but I have company. Over the next 1.5 hours, I'll be accompanied by people from the festival, working for the festival. So I hope that as many of them as we invited can make it as possible, because as you can imagine, they're all really busy. Also, we have partners of the festival. We have people from the different gardens. And so first, to join me here on stage are Grisel Bauer, Martin Honzig and Veronika Liebel. Hi!
Hey, hello! So nice to be here!
So good to have you here. Thanks for cutting off this couple of minutes to be here. I'm sure in your minds you're already somewhere else doing chores and shooting trouble.
Yeah. Absolutely. Running around in your mind feels kind of special sometimes.
Hey, listen, I once talked to someone, a woman, who worked at the Wiesn, at the Oktoberfest every year in Munich. And she told me that she started training in May for October, so she could lift all of the beer classes. So how do you prepare for the Ars Electronica Festival in advance?
You go.
Me?
Yes, you go first.
I'm not working in some beer parties. I think you have to say something to that.
Is this a hint that I'm coming from Munich? Seriously?
I mean, young students need to earn money. And,
right.
and where you can earn good money is carrying a lot of mass
you don't
beer.
ever get into those beer tents actually working there. It's really hard to get a job there because it's quite well paid.
But wasn't it you?
No.
But somebody, no, but somebody of our team.
I worked in a lot of beer tents, but never at your
Somebody of our team really did that. So did I avoid now to answer the question? You know, my quality to prepare a festival is the state of being totally unprepared.
Spontaneous.
Yeah, and that costs a lot of energy and a lot of nerves.
That is not particularly true for all of us.
Yeah.
Some of us in the round do actually prepare ourselves. And for us, I think it is a training to write more and more emails per day. So I think we have reached a couple of hundreds currently.
But is this an exercise now? I understand.
It is definitely. It's the preparation exercise, exactly.
Yeah.
Keyboard training.
Yes, right.
Week-long keyboard training.
Right. But when do you start with this keyboard training? Just to get an idea. I started 11 years ago and I joined.
Yeah.
It's a rather long preparation
Yeah, but
time.
still not every email is answered. So it's like cleaning windows in a cathedral. So it's just the wrong question, I would say.
Painting the Golden Gate Bridge where you started.
But honestly, what does it really need to be prepared for a festival? Seriously, it is, you need like a little bit of a physical condition, in my age. A lot of magnesium, because also the psychological one is so close related to the physical one that it makes a rather dangerous package. So vacation is also a concept, or just not preparing a festival.
In your world? And you need a fantastic team, and that's definitely something we have. There are so many people out there currently running around JKU, our team of 700 people actually out there, let it be project managers, info guides, technicians, all our info staff out there is pretty amazing.
Yes.
They are handling this festival currently.
And
Yes, they do a
most-
fantastic job.
They do, but also the one who is leading us, and he just entered the space. It's Gerfried.
I saw Gerfried Stocker just arrived, and I think he's going
and we are
to join us
also
in a second.
very, very curious how he prepares himself for the festival.
You need to get a microphone and come on stage.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Microphone and drink.
champagne.
Drink.
While Gerfried is getting his drink, Crystal, how do you prepare?
To say things
Me?
say
Well-
without alcohol.
Absolutely right.
As we know that you are very good in that, we are very happy that you are here.
Yes, glad that you made it. How I prepare? Running laps? No, honestly, trying to sleep less.
Less, okay.
Yes, to somehow, squeeze in less hours to be able to write more emails.
Okay, I see email writing is one of the most important skills, apparently.
Well,
in
that
advance.
depends.
Gerfried,
There are two of us whose most important skills are not to write and answer emails, and there are two in the round of us who are very and highly skilled in doing that. And
I'm just
I don't know
asking
what
now
you're talking
why.
I am. It's me myself, and no, excuse
So
me.
I answer any email, it's just a question when.
Gerfried just joined us now. Good to have you here.
Hello.
And I'll also pass the question on to you that I asked the others already. How do you prepare in advance of the festival?
Eating very healthy food, sleeping a lot,
Yeah, now you're being
making
sarcastic.
sure I'm not talking too much, so to make sure my voice really keeps its strength, so that then when the festival finally happens, I'm full of energy.
It sounds really like preparations to the Olympic Games when you all talk about this festival, and I think it feels kind of similar to all of you.
But it takes longer.
Alternative answer could be the best preparation for me is to have an excellent team that takes all the responsibilities. Thank you very much for doing this again.
But I think there was something really serious in that. Compared to some hardcore industrial job on a conveyor belt, where somebody else is earning the harvest and the profit, we have a festival afterwards. And yeah, we are always talking about this hard job to do, but internally we call it harvest time. Because I mean, this is 5 days at the end of a process where we're really working hard, and it is that it's all about artists and humans, and they are coming. And if we did our job good, you get that back. And most of the time we did that, and that's why that is the preparation.
It's the best time of the year. I'm always looking forward to it the whole damn year.
No, you're totally right. It's the best reward that you can get for the energy that you have to invest is just seeing these things come together. I mean, we are not working for somebody else. We are all here together working on our own ideas. We have this great opportunity that so many people are joining us with their ideas, with their energies. I mean, of course, after this week, it's sometimes, maybe it's a little bit difficult, but I think we all also learned strategies for this kind of energy safe mode that we know from electronic devices. So for me, because I'm running around for so many meetings like you as well, and when you're there in front of the microphone, of course, you put all the energy, and you should see me the moment when I'm back, no microphone and camera, then back and down, minimal energy consumption, so that you really are able to keep doing the thing for
Slow
the whole
talking.
week.
Silent.
Yeah, no talking, just...
Well, I have to say that every year at the Ars Electronica Festival, I have the feeling that you're trying to think bigger and to invent yourself anew every year, which I'm sure costs a lot of energy, namely not only muscle energy, but also brain energy. So, but when I see the sparks in all of your eyes when you're finally here at the festival talking about it, that one can tell that it pays off for you. So I wanted to ask all of you for your favorite memories, or one of your favorite memories from all of the festivals that you've been part of.
How long have you been doing
Yeah, I
that?
think, Gerfried, you need to start because definitely you have the most of them.
Yes, I mean, that is already so long that we tend to forget. Wasn't there once a festival where we were asking, don't we have the right to forget? No, but I'm sorry. I mean,
It's actually my 26th festival.
Wow.
This year. And so the memories, of course, I mean, there's a huge wealth of really exciting moments. But of course, I completely remember the very first festival 26 years ago when I came here as a rather young person and suddenly being responsible for this high reputational festival. And we were planning really a wonderful opening ceremony with super artists and really great outdoor show. And then it was raining like hell. There was really nothing was possible. But this was not the worst thing. During the opening ceremony that we did in the Rathaus, suddenly the fire alarm was going off and all the automatic fire doors were closing just in the moment when the people were intended to go out of the Rathaus in front of it to see the big fireworks. And, you know, some idiot started a firework cracker on the balcony of the Rathaus, which triggered the fire alarm. And well, these are the things that really stick on your mind.
It's funny that this worst case scenario is one of your favorite memories.
We were supposed to tell the favorite one.
Well, the favorite one is it still worked out. I mean, everybody at the end was happy after this. I mean, in the pouring rain, everybody was standing out there, and people were so excited and enthusiastic about opening this festival that afterwards we were coming together, everybody really soaked, and we were just happy and content. And the festival went on the whole week, and it was a great success. It was so successful that they let me do it 25 times more. So I think at the end it was a very good and successful opening and start.
Good that we have fire alarms.
I think you were all asked to bring some memorabilia, so some objects that you connect with the Ars Electronica Festival. Did every one of you do your homework?
Yes, but I forgot to bring it.
But Martin brought his memory at least.
Yeah.
His favorite anecdote.
Well, it's not a favorite anecdote, but what I got and what I still carry in my wallet, but in the last years you don't carry wallets anymore, but somewhere it is. It's a $5 bill. And it was from a time, I think, 97. It was one of my first jobs for Ars Electronica from a different direction. I was working for Stadtwerkstatt, and I was a moderator in a late night show where it was about a cockroach race. And I was there, this little moderator, and it was a wonderful project in its conceptual. It was the Absacker project, you know, always like deep into the night, so everybody came there. It was a lot about alcohol and what else was around. And there was this one American guy that in between a race approached me very silently from, hey man, who? And he had this $5 bill, and he gave me the $5, sticked it in my pocket, and said, who wins the next race? And I just said, the hell, who the hell knows? And since that, I carry this $5 thing. But there are many other quotes.
He didn't ask back for it, since you couldn't give him a good answer?
I was an authority there. Come on.
Give me your money.
And at this time we had different compliance rules at Ars Electronica, so it's a long time ago.
But in general, it's all related with humans, because you meet a lot of humans there, and with projects at the end.
Froni, did you bring something?
Yes, I brought something probably quite boring, to be honest, because that's something you would expect, but I brought one of our publications when I was, to be honest, not even born yet. It's the 4th program brochure of Ars Electronica. I have now, because I'm now working for 11 years at Ars Electronica, I have like more bookshelves dedicated to Ars Electronica publications than to my own books at home, probably. And that's for me really always the most, the favorite moment in the production period of every festival, when all the books come together. And this year we have an exciting number of 4 publications produced in, I think, a bit
in
less
total,
than
1,000 pages?
Yeah, more than 1,000 pages produced in about 6 weeks, of course, with preparation time and so on, but this is of course something you can always go back and remember all the project partners, artists having participated. It's fantastic.
Do you sometimes do that? Take out an old catalog and browse through?
Not so much the program brochures. This sometimes, to be honest, it's always on top, even though I was not part of this. But yeah.
To you, it looks like a program brochure because now we have a program, but this was actually the catalog. I even have to open it to you. What you have here is a reprint.
Yes,
that
I
we
know.
made.
Yes,
so
I know.
it's not really the original, but we made facsimile reprints of these very precious catalogs. I think when we had the 30 years anniversary. And actually, I brought. Also, now I have a good idea what I brought. I made up many ideas. But what I really brought is two of my colleagues that started with me 26 years ago, the first festival. Jutta Schmiederer is over there and Horst Hörtner is anyway about to come on stage. So this is the best thing that I could bring to this discussion.
That was a
good one.
My gosh, and I started with a $5 bill.
I brought actually an artwork. It's from my very first festival 6 years ago.
On the rooftops of
exactly,
the Post City.
Rooftop of Post City, and it's a piece by Aoife van Lindenthal. She was one of our residents, art science residents at that time. And honestly, I never really met her, but I just know. But I was so impressed. She did explosions on the roof, and she tried several times with all different kinds of devices, and I just observed it at that time, and I loved it. And she handed then this, the catalog over because apparently she didn't know what to do with it.
So great.
And I kept it ever since in the office. There's a little bit of coffee on it, but still.
But I mean, this woman became famous due to her quality of making blasts, explosions. And we had our first European Creative Europe program where we were able to send artists to residencies to really wonderful hardcore ESA facilities. And the scientists there, they wanted her as the second artist because they said, in space there's a lot about blasts. And her approach and her culture is something that is really like a very alternative art thinking approach. That was also very interesting.
Yeah, I have a second piece because I couldn't decide of what to bring. And it's a very tiny one. It's actually from this year. It's from Joe Davis, one of the artists who made his way from the US to Linz. And it's 1 billion angels on the tip of a needle. We'll talk about this later, but just for the moment, I think this is a very nice one.
Yeah, it's a very nice one, yeah. So we've been talking about...
I'm sure he has one for you.
Sitting up there.
We have like 1,000 needles with 1 billion angels.
We've been talking about past festivals a lot now, but now this festival is going on. What is your strategy to go through the festival as fit as possible? Is there one tip, one advice?
Jump.
Yeah. Don't stop moving.
And for sure there comes the point when it's over.
I would add some coffee and freshly brewed squeezed carrot juice.
Yeah, and we have a new thing. Kurkuma juice, actually.
Well, I was today in the morning at the supermarket, we call it Winkler Market, which maybe you can talk about that later on.
Famous local brand.
Yes,
the famous local brand. And I caught myself when I was standing on the cash desk. It was 5 muesli riegels, muesli riegels. Then it was 5 pairs of socks. And corona tests. So that is the survival kit.
Right.
And last year, Crystal was even buying me socks.
Yeah, I think it's the only time I ever bought socks for my boss.
I think our colleagues still don't believe that it was just because of that.
Is socks something specifically for Martin, or do you all keep on buying socks during the festival?
You simply run out in the production of things.
I think it's rather specific. Sorry. I never bought socks during a festival.
I mean, I'm the first guy talking about it, I think.
Good point.
When we do recruitments for the festival, this is one of the most important questions. How people are handling their socks.
And what about your socks? What I remember in the year.
Okay,
No,
you
but
see
Veronica and I, we
sparkling
always
wine is already.
we meet each other in the morning to actually drive together to the festival location, and there the most important thing is the first coffee.
Yes,
and then a carrot juice afterwards.
So I always pick her up, and she has already the cappuccino.
Yeah, that's the deal we have.
It's a good deal. It sounds like a good morning ritual. And what music do you listen to? What is the soundtrack to your festival?
Well, we have a common song, I would say. It's
well, we share the car. So
yeah.
Always, whenever it's festival production period, we actually have the same song we listen to.
Run Boy Run by Wood Bucket.
Ah.
And we should play it in actually, but well, let's do that later.
Okay.
And thinking about that, we just keep on driving, you know. The Czech border is not so far away. But yes.
Unfortunately, I have no interesting answer to this. I think, I mean, this year it's definitely the Winterreise that will be performed this evening. And it's really, I think, that's one, finally, to say something serious also here. That's really one of the great things of this job is just how many new things you learn to know every year. I mean, it starts with our Prix Ars Electronica, and music is, of course, a very important part of the festival since the very beginning. And being able to meet people who are creating new music and appreciating what they are doing, that's at least for the time of the festival is really what kind of occupies me. And anyway, there is not much time left to really listen to ordinary music. I'm totally into the very serious experimental music that we are presenting at the festival. Aren't we?
Yes, you are.
How about you? You're the music expert also.
I'm not an expert, but I'm always struggling as every day is totally different. Sometimes it takes the entire track from home to here that I end up in not finding the right music. Sometimes it's very melancholic, and sometimes it's pushy and groove orientated. Now I would feel for going for the pushy thing.
But Martin is the one that keeps on sending emails around with nice links to nice songs to kind of keep the mood up. So this is
That's true, but that is mainly coming from the German Schlager section. Yeah. That's an endless source for hope.
I think now we touched on a border which we maybe shouldn't cross here on the show, talking about your love for German Schlager.
Yeah, socks and
worse than socks. German Schlager.
This feels like a natural
You see what my role here.
Totally agree.
But so Gerfried, since you mentioned that you consume a lot of the art of the artists that are part of the festival, so if you could choose among every artist who roams around this planet and who has ever lived, who would you love to invite to the festival or would have loved to invite it to the festival at one point?
Well, I only can give a very kind of sentimental answer to this right now, because this year, just a few weeks or months, a few months ago, Joachim Sauter passed away, who was one really of the best digital media artists that we had here in Europe, and who was a year-long friend, not of me personally, but also of Ars Electronica and the festival, who was a regular guest at the festival since the early 90s, served as a jury member, got prizes, was an invaluable advisor for many of the projects. And I still don't know how we actually are going to do this all the next years without having a kind of role model like him, producing not only wonderful artworks, but also being as a person really this kind of encouragement that you need to keep on going, be creative, be experimental, even in times that are so difficult and troublesome. And this would be definitely, if I would be able to have this wish, I just would say, okay, Joachim, come back. We need you for the next 40 years of Ars Electronica as well.
He will definitely be remembered and in spirit always be part of the Ars Electronica Festival and institution.
Yeah, I mean, his name and his spirit is really inscribed into the history of Ars Electronica.
Of course, now no one else can come up with any better answer. That's the best answer that you could have come up with.
On. We have to move on, as the saying goes.
This is what we're doing anyways. But
So
this wish is not toppable.
yeah.
No, and I think in general, this is a question that shouldn't be asked to people like us, because we pride ourselves to make every year a festival with 500 or even more artists from all over the world. I mean, that's I think a core philosophy of Ars Electronica is not to be this kind of elitish curator-style festival where a few super experts think, oh, this is the best artist of our time, and we put it on a pedestal. I mean, what Ars Electronica is all about is really embracing this huge variety, being a platform where so many different people can participate, and definitely being an area where young, experimental artists and their projects can really get on center stage. And this is what I think what the festival really makes about. And this is how we survived for 42 years now, by not limiting our vision to the superstars or those where everybody agree, okay, these are really the great artists. But every year going into this very risky situation and say, okay, well, make us some proposals. Okay, sounds not so bad, let's try it. And I think this is really that's our philosophy, and this is how the festival works.
And the festival in general is not a one-man show or a one-woman show. A festival is a festival. In our niche, in our field, and everywhere else, it is a conglomerate of many, many things coming together, and this chaos creating something bigger, something common. That is it at the end, and that happens every year again. Last year it was difficult, but this year you feel that people are coming. And since yesterday, we know that they are here. So good. It's just so good.
The most exciting moment to see people flocking in like in good old times. And even shaking hands. Of course, we don't embrace somebody. That wouldn't be...
I was even hugging.
Really?
Don't say that.
Oh I have to say it, but it was totally safe. So,
it wasn't safe.
Hugging.
Okay.
German Schlager. Really get worried.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the festival, isn't it?
If you ever meet a person who is totally unfamiliar with Ars Electronica, how would you or how do you explain to them what Ars Electronica is in 1 or 2 sentences? If you don't have like 45 minutes time to explain to them what you do and what it is.
Well, I think our forefathers in 1979 already gave a very great recipe or answer to this. They said it's a festival for art, technology and society. And sometimes I suspect that this was actually not such a visionary statement in terms of the big vision to unify these 3 areas, but because it was a journalist, a scientist, an artist who started the festival. I suspect that they just couldn't agree whether it should be an art festival, a science festival, or a trade fair or something like this. And after probably months of discussing, they said, okay, let's call it Festival for Art, Technology and Society, and that's it. But whatever the situation was, I don't know, it's 42 years ago. This is just a perfect description. Because it's the one thing is a festival, and I think festival, it's a fiesta. It's celebrating, it's being excitement, and it's about bringing these 3 areas together. I think that's really the core of Ars Electronica.
You always give the collective answers for everyone.
Yes, I'm the
everyone
boss.
else, yeah. One can tell.
Okay, guys, but honestly, I think we should get a drink now and celebrate this start of the festival. Yeah, you need to drink up, and then because we have another guest for you that was already announced before.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Let's go. Hey,
Okay.
it was really nice seeing you here, and we'll see each other at a later point or tomorrow. Bye bye. We need to go to the opening.
Okay. Well, yeah, then thanks for stopping by,
Yeah,
but you at
bye-bye.
least stay here. You stay here, so that someone stays here, and Horst joins us.
Okay.
I'm drinking since like 15 minutes.
Yes, I saw you. Are you prepared?
Totally.
Horst Höckner just joined us on stage for this warm-up session. Good to have you here.
I'm totally happy to be here, as you can see.
Do you need more? Shall I get you more drinks?
No, thank you. That's totally fine.
Okay. Also, I wanted to mention at some point that all of our viewers can also send in questions, so that I'm not the only one asking questions here on stage. You can do so over our swap card. And I have a tablet here, and if you send in a question, I can pass it on. So, just so you know. And now you just do your thing. You keep on
We both
doing
are
whatever.
doing our thing.
Indeed. Thank you. I did my thing.
But I haven't made my homework, by the way, just to find an entry point.
But nobody asked you.
That's the point.
Yeah. Should we ask you?
It's like, well, yeah, forget about it.
But what kind of homework?
I brought my memorability.
But there was no question about that.
Not yet.
Not so far. And what is a memorability?
That I brought? I brought two, actually. A personal one, a very personal one, and one very funny thing that stands for the laboratory and what happened there.
So please.
Starting with which one? I think I start with the Future Lab one. That is from a time when you have been at the Future Lab still. Very long time ago.
I remember he was beating us with that. He was chasing us with that.
That was one of the, I think the second, but one of the earliest Pixel Spaces conferences. And Zachary Lieberman was there next to Friedrich Kirchner, and I think that was the year when Hiro Katsukato was there, and then Pascal Marisch on stage, and we were, of course, like a super young kind of laboratory group, and the audience, the holy grail of personalities, were in the audience, right? So they came in, and all these experts of art and technology and the super geeks at this time. And we were, of course, quite nervous. And Zach was totally relaxed, sitting down. And all of a sudden, he pulls out that cable and says, you know what? That goes against all the rules of engineering. That's totally crap. I couldn't imagine what that is good for. And we were all, oosh, that's our cable. Like, ooh. Oops. And then he said, well, but that is what I regularly find at the Future Lab. It's this kind of, doing, and just what's not there, it has to be created. So it ended out as a very positive way. But this moment of when he said that it's totally crap and not useful, like all the lab members in the audience were like, oops, what's coming now? In front of the big audience. That was fantastic. So, Zach, I think there's a good chance that you're watching. You remember that, Zach?
We're now also joined online by Victoria Wesner. Hi.
Hey, Victoria.
Hey, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Super fine, actually. Me as well.
Yeah, and always fine when we see you.
Very true.
So sad I can't be there, my goodness, for the first time in many years, right?
Yes, but there comes time. I think, maybe next year, hopefully, when it's possible.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that there was a moment I wanted to share, and then I have to rush off to introduce our first artist, Anna Naher, is doing a sound breath walk. But I remember very clearly early on going for one of the animations, I'm not sure what it was, and we were in there for a long time, and I remember walking out with a friend, and everything looked like it was animated. And we were walking around going, oh my God, Ars Electronica messes with your brain. And a similar moment happened when we were doing the Birdsong Diamond. We were outside, and because we had our equipment testing things, we started getting really confused if it was real birds or if we were bringing in a recording and just kind of going nuts. So all I wanted to say is that Ars Electronica never stops messing with your head.
We take this as a compliment, huh?
I miss you so much.
Yeah, indeed, vice versa. Vice versa.
When was the last year actually when you were here?
It's 3 years.
The year before last.
At the year before last to the festival, but last year, early last year, was this? No, it was like 2 years ago then. Yeah, that you're right.
Yeah, 2 years.
At the lab, yeah.
Like 10.
True.
What I admire so much about Ars Electronica is it's such a huge apparatus of people working for the festival, working for the Ars Electronica Center and the preparations and the Prix and so on and so forth. How many people would you say are you, the whole team, with all the artists and the partners and everyone?
With all the artists and partners.
Everyone.
I mean, just the teammates from... Hey, Victoria, we hug you.
Goodbye.
I was about to...
Please take care.
And my neighbor has appeared and wanted something from me, and I had to explain very briefly that I'm very busy.
See ya.
Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
So what would you say, a couple of thousand, couple of tens of thousands?
Oh. No, that's too superlative. We once counted that in a rather big festival format. That was 2010. That where we the repair festival. We were in the tobacco factory, and there we were without any artists, and those making programs counted about 1,000, including all the technicians coming with the companies, you know, the suppliers, and so on, so on, so on. But that is.
If you take
quite an amount of, because I mean we started like I started 2006 with 16 persons doing the festivals, and then it was slightly growing, and you feel that also Horst can tell something about the size of the Future Lab. All of a sudden, when you're struggling in remembering the names of the people you are working, that is causing big troubles for a personality like me. Let's say like that. That is really. I mean, on the one side you think, damn it. I mean, we are serving a huge wave. But I was used that you know your team. This is my understanding of what a team is.
And that's what I wanted to say. So it's such a huge
Apparatus,
number
yeah.
of people and apparatus, but at the same time it feels so much like family. It's like every year so many people join in, new artists, new partners, and at the same time when they come back it's like a family reunion. So that's really
feels like that.
I think there is this common how can we say, playground that we all have, and that kind of makes you friend right away, right? Even with artists or personalities that you've not met before, you go in that discussion, and all of a sudden you see the discussion runs on eye level, and the spiral goes up. So that I think that's a lot of what leads or feels like this being this family, even with new members.
Yes, but there is this intellectual level, okay, where we create due to the contents that we're talking and the common targets that we have, that creates family. But also there is this, and this is what I hear a lot, let's say it like that. I know that the people around me who were in charge or working in teams, we try to find people who love the mission, who love what they are doing, who love to invest the time there, who see for themselves a sense in that. And I think as a guest coming to the festival, when you see the tired faces, but the smiling faces, as you described it before, with this glimpse in, with these eyes also, where you feel, my God, there's passion. That does something with us, because we are humans, we are living organisms, and this is also why a festival as a format, in whatever field, is so important, because it creates, again, it creates something common.
Horst, you brought a second memorabilia you mentioned
right.
before.
Well, the very personal one is this ring. because that reminds me on the first year of the Ars Electronica when I joined the team. That was the moment when I met my wife, which I'm now married to. So I will always be thankful to Ars Electronica because that is, you know, the reason why I met her. She was also working at Ars Electronica at that time.
So you really met her through Ars Electronica?
Through Ars Electronica, yeah.
Very, very nice story.
So it's a very personal one, but my most important kind of memorability
You want to
at the
hug?
Ars.
You want to hug? Or I want to hug now. But that's very nice.
Yeah,
but I have to also come up when both of us were first time in Beijing, working for the Basel Art Fair Beijing. Yeah, there are many reasons to love. No, it's not about socks now. But we had a booth to prepare. It was Horst and me, and we were pretty good in preparing, and we finished this job very, very early. So we had time, and Horst said, "Let's jump in a taxi. We now go to the Chinese Wall, and then we call our babes."
True,
yeah.
that's right.
Only the taxi ride was funky for itself. And then we were somewhere in the entire China. We didn't know where we are, but there was this wall, and we jumped on this wall. And yours picked up the phone, but mine did not. Still, I blame my wife for that. And still, this is my wife, to be honest.
So Horst, what is one of your favorite memories of all the festivals that you've been part of?
Oh wow, that is really hard to describe. There's not really a single year that wasn't as important as the others. It's very, very difficult. Besides the fact of my marriage, like that's of course
just one out of many.
It's one out of. It's a very big one. Yes.
I was crying when I saw that.
Oh, well, me too, to be honest.
Yeah. That's why.
Me too, to be honest. Well, that what Marv is referring to was
Horst
the ground work.
when Horst was all of a sudden able to switch on the sky and off.
The drones, the spectacles that we have flown. That's true.
That
sticks. Yeah.
In in a dramaturgical context, as an experiment, as a prototypical experiment. At the end, I mean, and there is another guy coming then afterwards. I remember Christopher when they fell down, and that he was risking his life jumping in from this boat and fishing out the drone. That we did that. Is from this point of view so crazy, because as a professional you're just not doing this in a show, but we did it, and again that created a ton of comment, I have to say, and an ocean of tears.
I think it was 4 or 5 years ago.
That's longer, 2012 it was.
Oh yeah. Wow, already. Yeah. My God, time flies.
Time
flies.
Goes by, that's true.
But Connie, how do you prepare yourself when you're coming to the festival? Because also you are not a coconut here. I mean, you belong to us, so to speak.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I tried to count the years recently. I think it's been since 2012 or 13 that
about 10.
That I have the honor of being part of the family, of taking part in the U19 category as a jury member. Full disclosure here for everyone who doesn't know, I'm part of the jury, and I loved it and enjoyed it so much ever since, and I'm always honored again to be able to be part of it. How do I prepare for a festival? I used to browse through the catalog and pick out this and the other project which I want to check out here, but I stopped doing that a couple of years ago. Because it's useless. There are so many things that I stumble across here on my way to this one project that I want to check out that I thought it's really not a good idea. It's not. You can't make a plan for the Ars Electronica. You can just come here and then be swooped over by all of the things you can see and experience here.
And ladies and gentlemen, this was a compliment. Okay.
Yeah, in the best way. In the best way.
You have been at the jury, U19 jury, I think the first time in 2013. We have chatted before, right? But when was your first visit to the festival?
Sorry, what was it?
Your first visit to the festival?
My first visit was, I think, the year before. See, but I'm sorry, I have to send you on. I just heard through the director in my ear told me that you have to swoop on.
Go to the book
you have
presentation.
Important day.
Yes, I have to. Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry
Take the test with me.
to remind you of this.
I didn't bring it.
What was
the
your name?
Ars Electronica Future Lab book. The
I saw you
25th
somewhere.
anniversary. Yes. Hey, bye, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, this is the festival warm-up, and people are coming and going because everybody's busy. Just not me. I mean, I'm doing here what I'm doing. Oh, and here is Veronica.
Hello.
Veronica is back.
Hello again.
With Christoph Lindinger.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Good to have you all here.
It feels like a bit like a family meeting, to be honest.
And Daddy don't want to go.
He forgot his head.
Oh my
Very
goodness.
important. Otherwise, it's not Martin if he doesn't have his head.
Yeah, tradition.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it is really fantastic to have you here. Former colleague,
Yes.
long-time colleague already.
And now a colleague again.
Yes, now we're working actually more closely than ever before, I would say. Now Christopher is the vice rector of the Johannes Kepler University here in Linz, and since last year, since last festival edition, I think we have more in common and more to do and collaborate on.
Than the last 23 years or something.
Yes. How is the way you prepare now for the festival, and how is it compared to the way you prepared before?
Actually, in the past, I was never prepared because actually you cannot prepare for the festival because always some kind of incidents are happening, things are happening. You always have a certain plan what needs to be done, and this actually never worked out. So someone stopped to make plans. And nowadays, to be honest, it's more like a plan. I know what to do, where to do, and I'm more prepared for the festival than I ever was in my whole lifetime, I have to say.
One more to join our warm-up party now. Christopher Minsky is also here again online. Hi, again.
Hello.
Hello.
We don't hear you yet, but maybe this is other waves in the background. So.
Sorry, excuse me, I was muted. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Christopher. How are you?
Lovely to see you guys again. Connie, we haven't met before, but hello. But really wonderful to see Christopher and Veronica again. Hello.
Christopher is also a former colleague at Ars Electronica. He actually, I think we started around the same time. I don't know anymore, but we definitely know each other for many, many years now. And now you're based in Australia, right?
Based in Australia, that's right. Yes, so I was working at Ars Electronica from sort of late 2008. Pretty much for about 10 years, I was starting to do programs in Australia and coming and going. But yeah, I just started there when you were building the new Ars Electronica Centre. And actually, with Christopher there on the lounge, he was one of the first main people I met and that I was working with. And I think part of that relationship helped me get a start into the Future Lab shortly after that, after the new centre was created. And yeah, the rest is history, and a beautiful history for me.
And now you're actually the host of the Ars Electronica Garden Newcastle. So you have pretty much, operated, hosted, and survived every stage of being a partner or employee or internal, semi-external person at Ars Electronica. How is it that you are preparing now, and how did you prepare during the day still when you were a member?
Well, I really like Christopher's response. It's kind of, yeah, it's a different mode when you're working online, and then also now because of COVID, we just a little quick story of what's happened now. You know, things in Australia were pretty good, and in terms of the COVID situation, it's been we've been quite lucky here in comparison to the rest of the world. So when this year's garden opportunity came about, I was able to pounce on that fairly quickly, and there was a lot of really quick support, and now this is going to be a really big program. And then we've really been hit with the next wave because of the Delta variant, and things have shut down, and that's forced things into a whole nother mode with online content. And in a funny way, it kind of reminds me of how chaotic it was, like just Christopher talked about when I was there in Austria, and when the festival would come around, it just gets to the point where things are going to slip through the cracks, right? You're going to be able to do everything. And at some point, you just sort of have to go with it and trust your instinct. And I think that's part of the flavor and a bit of the ethos of what Ars Electronica is about. And somehow, amazing, awesome, incredible things just continue to happen. Some that were already mentioned before.
Absolutely, trust is a big part of the game. Trust in oneself, and absolutely also the trust in other team members is essential to survive a festival production, I would say. Do you share a common favorite festival moment?
Well, I have to say, pretty much when I was thinking about this before, and I saw Horst's response, I mean, I met my wife also at Ars Electronica a few years ago, and she was from Mexico, and I even though that, I guess, probably sounds like it's a really special and unique thing, I think on the other hand, it kind of makes sense, because I think that's what Ars Electronica as a culture, as a community, sort of represents as well. It was her first time coming to Linz and coming to Austria. She has a strong background in philosophy and art and performance, and also things to do with innovation and entrepreneurism. And all of a sudden she found this place which was just completely mind-blowing. And I was there running and working at that time on a project to do with the Future Innovators Summit with Hideaki and the Future Lab, and which I was very passionate about. So we just happened to connect around that coming together, partly the festival and the project. So that's definitely, I have to say, like Horst said, that's really one of the highlights for me. I mean, I can't deny it, that meeting, my wife at the Ars Electronica Festival, and now it also represents a kind of anniversary in itself. But yeah, the other one, there are a few that came to mind, but yeah, certainly the Spaxels was a pretty special moment. I wasn't so heavily involved in that project early on, but to see that project sort of develop and manifest out of the Future Lab and during the festival, it was such a mind-blowing thing to be around, and I really consider that to be something like a masterpiece in the world of media art and art technology. I think it's such an incredible work, and it was really special to be around something like that. And and to be connecting back to some of the colleagues that were involved in these things.
But maybe this is one of the things we have in common. First of all, I also, like Horst and most likely everybody here, met also his wife, because I also met my wife at Ars Electronica. So, and we also have an anniversary. So how perfect! What a perfect match, so to say. And also, I mean, because Martin was referring before about the Spaxels, yes. And really, this was really for me a very freaky evening, not about the technical things, not about the artistic things, but about the things when we discovered that we have a problem with the Spaxels, or with these drones. And we knew they're flying over the Danube, and all of a sudden one or two are going down or something like this. What should we do? And so I was sitting in some kind of a very fast boat, like a speedboat. Somebody was driving the boat, and I was there back with some kind of fishing net. And then seeing a Spaxel going down, we went directly ahead, and I tried to get it out. And unfortunately, I didn't caught all of them. And they have they sink like stones. That was a little bit the problem, so we should have worked on this also. But it was really a crazy moment in this evening. To catch those things out. These
very surreal moments, to be honest, from the river banks. We were standing there holding up, I don't know, a couple of 100 letters because we had this project, the ABC characters, which lightened up, and we were like just looking into the river, watching them struggling. Well, still it is on the top list, I think, of all our memories. That was a hell of a night.
Well, I like that all of you, at one point you've worked for Ars Electronica and then you've reached other stations, but you still keep on working together and still at some point your paths cross again. So this enhances the family factor that I mentioned beforehand, that once you enter the Ars Electronica family, you're like drawn in and then you're part of the family forever. How does it feel for you?
Now, I personally, I mean, you have to separate certain things, because I think Ars Electronica is very strongly connected with a vision about transdisciplinarity, about art and science, about shaping the future. And all these things, I think this is the core and the DNA of Ars Electronica. And if you work for a certain time for Ars Electronica, this is not only Ars Electronica's DNA, this is also your DNA. And actually, whatever you do, you shape the things what you're doing with the DNA from Ars Electronica. And so also this is a reason why we have a lot of cooperation with the JKU, because Ars Electronica is also here since the second year, and we have enormous amount of projects. And also Festival University, I think you're a facilitator as well in the Festival University, so there's a lot of things happening. And aside this, the DNA and the vision of Ars Electronica, which we all share, there's for sure the family factor.
Yes. But if you work that close and that much together, at one point you also get to know each other very good, and of course you become friends. And I think this is also a big part of the Ars Electronica. I would not call it religion, but it's definitely a fantastic family who supports each other, and together we have an outstanding network. And this is, I think, one of the most incredible things about Ars Electronica. I mean, Christophan is now sitting in Australia. We have fantastic ties to Australia. Christophan is the ambassador also for Australia, and that is somehow the representation also. It's not only Ars Electronica, it's this huge, gigantic platform of so many hundreds, thousands of partners, and they don't necessarily need to be internal employees of Ars Electronica. I think the fantastic beauty is that we stay connected anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've somehow fallen into this role over the last, really intensively the last 5 years, as there's been more and more interest of organisations, institutions, academic institutions, industries in Australia about connecting to Ars Electronica. And one thing I really love, and I've been involved in these conversations, is this idea that you're not able to just kind of copy or franchise something out like other places do, but there's a real connection to this idea of an ethos, and there's a common vision, and there's a common connection, and each time you're able to grow and create new things and new pathways. And I feel like that's part of like the real essence of what Ars Electronica certainly means for me. And this opportunity, once a year we can come back and reconnect, even now virtually. And the other part of it is, yeah, it's family, but it's almost like really good, strong, true family. Like sometimes we don't always have to agree. I think I learned some of the most important aspects of being a critical thinker because of my experience at Ars Electronica, and I'm really grateful for that. Maybe that's part of just the Austrian thing as well, I don't know, but I love the fact that, you know, I got this kind of experience and this education and this way to think and to work, which I feel is very special.
And we also share one additional thing altogether, our love for black clothes, I think. So that is definitely something the whole Ars Electronica family shares, or maybe starts to laugh during working with and for Ars Electronica, that we all, are dressed in black. Sometimes we break out, but this is, I think, most obvious. And if you go back now at this stream, I think there were not many people yet who weren't dressed in black today.
Absolutely, yeah.
I do it without purpose, but I also...
Connie,
this is
you're part of the family.
Assimilated.
Absolutely.
So when I'm sorry, Froni, you have to
oh my
move
God.
on.
Yes, I think we need to prepare the catering, Christopher. The opening is starting just in some minutes. People are entering, and we definitely need to get running and tell the caterer where the food will be. Let's go.
Super.
Okay, so you take care of the catering. Very important point.
Ciao, Christopher.
See you guys. Great to see you again. Bye-bye.
Okay, so now...
Okay, I think we should jump in right now.
Please, someone join me here on stage.
And
hi.
I did bring you another guest, though.
Yeah, that's very good of you. Hi, thank you, Manuela.
Yes, I'm so excited that Manu has the time to join us because Manu is responsible for everything that is happening on the main square in Linz, and thank you for making the time. And honestly, it's not just you, but we do have another festival guest online that is joining us now, hopefully, because they are also preparing a festival that I think actually just started because it's the other side of the world. It's a black shadow at the moment, but I'm sure...
Yes, there we go with the camera.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, hello.
Where are you walking around at the moment?
Grüße aus Montreal. Bin jetzt in Concordia, weil today we have to actually teach. I have to teach a real class in a real room with real people, not pixels. So.
Wow, that sounds very exciting, and I can just give this back. We're sitting here in the studio with 3 people, and I think that feels like festival again.
Yeah.
Hey, really excited to have you here with us, and I think Manu Navo is also with us. You guys know each other, right?
Yeah, of course. In many, many years.
Absolutely, Chris. How are you? I mean, this is the typical thing, yeah? So many festival guests. There hasn't to be a COVID and pandemic situation, yeah? Because normally it's also starting of September, university starting, you as a professor, I think it's difficult, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I actually just came back from Europe on Saturday, and I'm going back on Tuesday. So.
Are you seriously coming back?
Hey.
Oh, have a look around here.
I'm adding to my carbon footprint for the next 5 years in the next 2 weeks. So.
Okay, so keep some. Don't travel too much. So at least you can visit us next year.
Yeah, that's what we're planning. So we'll actually be there physically, like in Linz, so I can have a Zipfer and a Semmelknödel and a Flädelsuppe.
Sorry, to introduce Chris Salter properly, he's actually responsible for our garden in Quebec. And he's the co-director of the Hexagram Network we had the pleasure of having already in Linz a couple of years ago. And I'm more and more excited to have you as a part of the festival again this year. So how is it going? It's only the morning for you, right?
Yeah. I was already up at 7 in the morning though, because Europe wakes me up. So.
Well, we do have one responsibility, I think.
And everything was being prepared yesterday for all the live events that we're doing with Hexagram and with Ars all day yesterday. So the streaming studio is set up at Hexagram UQAM, which is a couple blocks away from Hexagram Concordia, where I am right now. And we have really an amazing program of around 30 researchers and emerging researchers on the question of emergency, how to look at the relation of art and science in the kind of catastrophic times in which we all are living, or the kind of, let's say, the unstable transformation that we're undergoing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And please, to our audiences, don't miss this. It's going to happen on our online platform. And yeah, follow it. But I do have a question to Manu, actually. What is your, maybe not favorite festival memory, but I think you brought us something to tell us a little bit more about a festival in the past, something that sticks in your mind, right?
And actually it has a lot to do with also the time when Chris and me met, because we met in Montreal, and also for when Alain did actually the festival, also Elektra, and I saw the nice performance from Kurt Henschläger there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And this was the feat, you know. feed, where you actually have a lot of fog and a lot of stereoscopic effects. And I was immediately thinking, oh my God, I have to bring this to Linz. Yeah, it cannot stay just in Montreal with Alain and with Electra Festival. And then I went to Gerfried and say, Gerfried, we have to do this in Linz. And say, good idea. Yeah, Kottenschläger, Austrian artist, very important, very important. But where are we doing this? And then I told him, well, it's super difficult, yeah? I mean, security-wise, I don't know how to do it because you actually cannot really make signs for here to escape because you don't see anything. You are just, I mean, you're immersed by fog and stereoscopic effects, and also those people who suffer from heart problems and so on. So it could really, or epileptic problems, so it could really be really, really dangerous. And then we had this crazy idea. Do you remember? Have you been to the Limoni bunker in Linz, Chris, at that time?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And then we went to the bunker, which even make it worse.
This bunker keeps following us around.
Feed is a perfect COVID piece, right?
Exactly. There's a question of distance, huh? That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you feel alone, even though you're 1 meter or even less away from the other. However, it was, I mean, we were in this bunker and we realized feed in the bunker. And the only thing why we could realize it is because the fire brigade gave us a tunnel ventilation. In order to, in a minute or even less than a minute, we can clear the whole bunker with the fog, and it was possible so that people can actually go outside again. But being in the bunker and starting a ventilation, a tunnel ventilation, you know, this is what normally the fire brigade is using when there is a fire in a tunnel, yeah? So I have this.
So you're not talking about this kind of thing now?
I'm not talking about this, but this is a metaphor for this, yeah? I borrowed it from my daughter. It's like, I need a ventilator. And then she gave this to me. I was like, okay, we need a ventilator, a tunnel ventilator, and doing this the first time. Also, I want a real fire brigade tunnel ventilator. Sorry, I cannot switch it off. Yeah, now. And now is also the, I mean, there's even the light. Oh my God, Aurelia, you should have told me. So, okay, now I leave it again. But doing the tunnel ventilation the first time means that you should have cleaned the bunker before.
Oh my God.
Because you have all the dust and everything, I mean, coming in front of you. And I think this was the biggest, I cannot even describe it. I think this was one of the moments I was thinking, I will never work for Ars Electronica again.
And there she is, actually not working anymore for Ars Electronica, but just being on the other side of the Danube.
On the other
right?
side, yeah.
Yeah, and Chris and me, actually, Chris, I talked about you today because we have the ZHDK, so the Zürcher Hochschule der Künste, and Chris is a very dear friend also from the director, Carmen Franinovic, who is actually directing the interaction department, and the interaction department is celebrating 20 years, and at the Art University, we are celebrating this 20 years of the interaction department. And as Chris is a dear friend from Carmen, I'm really happy to actually, we are all together somehow, even though you are not here with us, Chris.
I mean, it's also Hexagram is celebrating 20 years too. So it's like the 20th anniversary of many things.
You should have told us, then we should have done the celebration also with you together. But I have to say, Hexagram, when did you do the exhibition at the Art University?
In 2018.
2018, yeah. So
yes, it was an amazing exhibition. It was really, really cool. But also, Chris, did you bring us something? A story, a device, an object?
I brought a story.
Please.
I brought a story because I just remembered I was supposed to bring an object, which is down in the lab, and I realized if I ran downstairs, I would be late. So I have two stories. I mean, in some ways, these are all very kind of common for any artist who's ever had a computer on stage or in an installation. But I think these two are particularly heartwarming. So when when the former group I ran, Sponge, and the group Foam were in Linz in 2001 for Takeover, we were showing this project Tea Garden, which many people remember, which is where people basically put on clothing, this weird clothing that changed the way they moved and weighted them down, and basically change the way their body felt to them. And that was rigged with all sorts of sensors. And this was all wireless. It was an impossible project. And then it was kind of storming, lots of people trying to get into this. We could only have 3 people at a time. One of these typical scenarios. So it was, we were preparing this. And as we say, Ars Electronica always happens not only in terms of the university semester starting, but also in the United States, there's Labor Day weekend, which means that everyone is off because it's like, the 1. Mai in Germany on this first weekend, the first Monday of September. It's the beginning of the school year, and it's also a day off. So that means nobody's working in the United States. So I will never forget, approximately about 4 hours before Teegarden premiered, one of the young hacker programmers who was working with us decided to change something in the operating system, change the system clock so that the computer, so he could force something to happen. I can't remember what. Anyway, the computer reset itself to, the date of something like, 1000 BC. And consequently, the software that we were using deauthorized itself. Now, normally this would not be a problem because you would just call the software. This was Cycling 74, who makes the Max MSP software. You just call them and say, we have a little problem. Unfortunately, it was Labor Day weekend, so nobody was around. So I will never forget, and Joel Ryan, well-known computer musician, I worked with him when I worked with Bill Forsyth at the Ballet Frankfurt. He's an expert in interactive systems. He was working with us, and he said, I'm going to step out of this room because I don't want to see what's going to happen. Basically, an entire operating system was downloaded over the internet about 1 hour before the premiere of Teegarden. And I remember Joel saying, I've never ever seen anything like this, to download an operating system an hour before a performance. And then just to add to the, so, and I'm sure, everyone at Ars has experienced this many, many times. When the visitors came, they literally had to put this clothing on, and this clothing had all this wires in it. And there was this group of Korean, very enthusiastic Korean artists who came, and they felt that these sensors, they shouldn't be inside the clothing, they should be in their hands like a kind of nunchuck. So they literally yanked these sensors out onto cables and started swinging these accelerometers around like, like basically nunchucks in the air. And that's when you say, okay, well, I tell my students always, whatever you think people will not do, they will do.
Right, and bottom line also, don't organize a festival during summer. It's the worst possible timing.
Never in Labor Day. Never a holiday.
Or during exactly university holidays.
I love how all of you bring out the most worst case chaotic scenes when you talk about your favorite memories. You obviously, all of you love chaos.
I think we're all in a kind of post-traumatic stress.
That's your favorite memories.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing that brings people together, apparently. Living through the worst moments of your life together. Remembering that them as somehow your favorite ones.
Collective trauma.
But Chris, how do you prepare for your festival on site? What kind of shoes do you wear? What do you eat in the morning? What tunes do you listen to?
Yeah. So I have a great answer for those rather obscure questions, and my answer is, I have, with the exception of 1996, when I was at the Ars Electronica for, I think it was the first year of Gerfried's reign, and for Mimesis, that was the only festival I didn't do something in. So every other festival I've been either as an artist or a speaker, and so I never had really much time to worry about what I was wearing. I was wearing what I was wearing after I crawled out of some place, either like preparing a talk or fixing some piece of electronics, and so I would be wearing the most cliched uniform of artists, which is basically black clothes that have a lot of dust on them. So,
and a backpack, right?
and a backpack.
Because this is the big issue. Like, how do you actually store all the things that you need during a day somewhere? Because you don't have anything to store, so you always have to carry everything with you.
And
So-
I've just bought a new backpack that has a place for just your passport, a place for your water bottle, a place for 2 computers. It's like, so everything fits there.
But you know, this is what my mom was always saying to me. I mean, I was born in Linz, yeah, and she was
Ja,
saying,
ja,
okay,
natürlich.
Ars Electronica is coming to town. She know, hey,
Hey, Christina, it's fantastic having you here. And honestly, also, guys, on that note, we have an opening that is starting now very soon. And sorry, Manu, for interrupting you now. But thanks
Mama,
for
I
being
don't
here,
can
for
tell the
covering
story,
for
sorry.
us.
Have fun at the opening. I'll join you there in half an hour.
Yes, exactly. And Chris, thanks so much. I hope you join us in the online events now for everyone to connect to you also. And we should go. Okay. Come on, let's go.
Hey.
Hey, it was great having you here. Bye.
Ciao, Chris. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Viel
Thank you.
Spaß. Viel Spaß.
So, okay, I'm really relieved that at least someone is always here with me on stage. People coming and going.
Yes.
Like doves.
Absolutely, I'm super happy to be here. I'm a bit surprised everybody's leaving us now, but I guess we'll just have to invite some of our guests in, maybe. that
Yes,
are
and I
online.
think we also have people coming in online. That's
So-
I just point at the screen and see whether someone appears, and sometimes this works.
So if it doesn't work, I guess we'll have to just chat a couple more minutes. So I was going to... there they are.
Hi, hello.
Hey.
We can't hear you yet, but we can see you.
Can you hear us?
Hi, guys. Yes, now we can also hear you.
Welcome, Lale and Aisling. It's super nice to have you here, especially because everybody just left to attend the on-site opening. So you just arrived in the nick of time to keep us company as we finish up this gathering of friends here on the Ars Electronica channel. So I was going to bring a super nice memorabilia today, which I then happened to leave at home, but it was the festival catalog of 2012, the big picture, which was my first festival where I worked as an info trainer, building big alphabet things with kids that would glow up the whole Danube. So I was going to show you all this. And yeah, I'm just excited to chat a bit with you both. What are your favorite festival memories? Maybe we start with Lale. What's your favorite moment that you had at Ars Electronica Festival?
Well, you know, hi guys, first of all, and congratulations for your opening today. We are, you know, so cheerful with a lot of memories, and unfortunately we are quite sad for not being able to spend some time with you. But first of all, just to introduce you, I'm actually not at the Center for the Promotion of Science in Belgrade. I'm currently at the gallery of the Cervantes Institute,
Okay.
where we just opened the exhibition of our Spanish artist called Elisa Cuesta. It is the production of our joint partner from Laboral, from Gijón. And actually we're in the middle of Belgrade's pedestrian zone. So behind me, you can see actually the whole world of the central Belgrade. Currently it's the summertime and people are outside and enjoying. But of course we are missing so much the festival time and everything we were doing there. So first of all, back to my memories, I found only three passes so far because I was rushing around. As you can see, they are from 2019, 18, and 16. But I was actually, my first festival was in 2014. And we were coming to Linz regularly since then, a couple of times a year. So my family is making jokes with me that I'm visiting more often you in Linz than my dearest family members. I was meeting more you than my mother, literally. Well,
Yeah.
I can't say, well, the first thing that was so impressing me was the first time when we were arriving. And actually we were a bit late. So my colleague Soba and I, we had to pay this speed ticket at the entrance of Linz. So this is an unforgettable memory coming to Linz for the very first time. And well, I'm missing Post City, you know. Post City was so impressive and so important, so authentic and original for presenting your pieces, and it's so suited well to the concept of the festival and the artworks. we can explore and enjoy for that whole journey. So Post City is my primary favorite in this context.
Yes, I think there's a lot of nostalgic memories of Post City today here on the channel because it was such an iconic location and everybody has a kind of specific Post City memory. Just to mention also that Lale and his team in Belgrade at the Center for Promotion of Science are also hosting an Ars Electronica garden. So they've also been super busy with their programs there, and we are just super delighted that a lot of interesting talks and exhibitions and workshops are happening in Belgrade. And there's one that I wanted to ask you about, the Woodiana Oracle, because it sounded so interesting. So maybe a few people watching can still join in if they want to get I guess some kind of tarot reading, or what's behind the Woodiana Oracle?
Well, you know, it's a somehow joint process, and it's a joint endeavor between Austrian and Serbian artists and creators and scientists as well, because it's about Danube, and it is about the heritage of that river, but from a very physical perspective, meaning how we are polluting the river and what we are bringing in physically, but it's also about the spiritual and some philosophical aspects of that river, which is connecting so much things across Europe, but which is bringing us, you know, so many even identical elements to our joint identities. However, it's also about one shell called the Woodiana. It's a species which was brought in from China in the late 19th century, and which is now, and Woodiana is now like a standard habitat of this river. And through Woodiana, actually, we can analyze and discover the influences of the Anthropocene regarding Danube and how we are changing literally the structure of the river. But of course, it's presented in a quite creative, artistic, and even amusing, funny way. So actually, it depends on your stance. Are you believing in oracles or not, Christina?
I think sometimes I'm quite a believer in these kinds of things, so maybe I should sign up for the workshop, in fact. So I was very taken in when I read the description and thought that sounds like a delightful program to attend during the festival. So maybe let's jump to Aisling, who is actually with Science Gallery Dublin and who has been working with both Lale and myself and Ars Electronica for many years already in several projects. So what's your favorite Ars Electronica experience? How often have you been here already? Do you also have a favorite post-city memory maybe?
Oh, I mean, it's so hard to choose. I mean, Lale, I love that you managed to find so many passes. I could only find one, but if you have 2019, 2018, and 2016, I have 2017, so we have a set.
That's
which
super
is great.
nice. So you have a set.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. So I think that was 2017 was my second year going, maybe. But it was a memorable one, and it does have a few of my favorite Ars Electronica moments. So one was, I think that was the year that Aoife van Lindenthal was one of the artists in residence as part of the Digital Art and Science Network. And she's an Irish artist who's London-based, who works with explosives. And she did this incredible performance off-site using all of these kind of explosions and fireworks. And it was just unlike anything I had ever seen before. And it was also a lovely moment, I suppose, because I got to meet everybody in person who we had kind of been emailing a lot and trying to get different projects off the ground. But one of the more memorable moments was after a number of us had been together at that performance, was we came back to Post City. And there was an artist performing called Lucas Sabella. He's an Australian artist. And at the time in Science Gallery in Dublin, we had this beautiful exhibit from Lucas Sabella, which was like a ping pong table that was made out of like guitars and different instruments. And it was really playful and fun. So I was telling everybody, you know, like these new friends that I'd met from all of these cool European festivals and institutions, oh, we should go and see this artist. He makes these really cool things. And we went to see this performance. and he was performing with a sheet of glass where he was blowing it to make sound. I don't know if any of you remember this. And he ended up like multiple times cutting open his face with the glass. So there was like this blood pouring down, and everyone was turning to me and saying, I was only this young producer at the time. And they were like, this is the craziest thing we've ever seen. I was like, how have I come to Ars Electronica and I've said that this is the artist that is the craziest thing, because I thought he was just this family friendly artist. So that was definitely a memorable one.
Yeah, I think that performance is a memorable one for all of the people who saw it, and also kind of the difference between Lucas as a person and in this performance setting is quite striking.
Yeah,
so
he's so sweet and personable and quiet and gentle, and then to see this completely crazy, almost hysterical performance. I mean, it was an amazing thing to experience. Electric kind of environment.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe, Lale, do you also have a favorite kind of performance in mind, or some event that you saw at Ars Electronica that you have like a special connection, like Aisling just described?
Yeah, well, there was also one very inspiring and interesting moment. I was attending the festival for the first time in 2014, but I was participating and speaking for the first time in 2015. And then I said that it's not only about collaborations and everything, but that we also want to somehow create a sort of art and science scene here in Serbia. We want to increase the number of participants from Serbia, and that year, unfortunately, I was the only one for participating, but we are hoping that in coming years it will be much better. And then just after saying that, I returned to my seat and took the catalog. And then I was exploring catalog, and then I just found something extremely weird. My first name is actually Dobrivoje, which is really archaic, and it's even rare for Serbia. And I know that you are all struggling with that, but actually that's how things are going. And then I looked in the catalog and found my name, Dobrivoje, but with totally different family name. And I look, is it like a mistake or something? What it is? And it said Dobrivoje Milijanović, Republic of Serbia. And then that's how instantly I found out that there is another Dobrivoje who is also participating in that year festival, also from Serbia, that the only two participants are actually calling Dobrivoje. And I didn't know him, but this Dobrivoje is actually part of a group with your colleagues from Ars Electronica, with Chris Bruckheimer, and actually they were performing that very year, and that was a spectacular performance. It was like audio visual projections and mapping. It was the title was somehow like the alchemy, something with the alchemy. So at the end, actually, I finally met him, and two Dobrivojes met in Linz, and you are in charge of that. So actually, 2 years after that, we hosted their pieces, and both Dobrivoje and Chris and some other collaborators came and participated at our event. So that was really, truly amazing when I found out that. Yeah, totally.
So, Christina, what's one of your favorite memories, festival memories?
One of my favorite festival memories, it's super hard to choose because I've been here now for 7 or 8 years. So there have been, I think, so many amazing exhibitions and artists. But I think one that's very memorable to me was a big performance in Deep Space when I first started working. That was kind of a piece with 2 robots interacting with each other. And there I was just standing in this space, and for the first time I had this energy feeling that I just had when you go to Ars Electronica and the festival, and you see all of these amazing artists and performances. It was just like this first feeling of Ars Electronica and the festival and the energy between all of the people. So I remember that one very fondly in 2015, which is also the first year that I started working here. I was also, as Aisling said, like a very young producer, just getting my toes in and kind of getting into all of this work. So I like to think back on that super fondly. And I also love thinking back to all the times that we met, because Lale, especially, I've met many times at the festival. So each year it's like getting together like the network, the European network family, and chatting with each other. And so one of my favorite things is also always the gala, because there you meet pretty much everybody, and you can just catch up with everyone. So I have too many favorite festival things going on, I think.
And gala is actually a good keyword, because I think we have to leave now for the opening event. So now actually the point is coming where the stage is going to be empty and everybody's leaving. Thank you too for joining us online.
It was lovely to see you all.
Yes.
And I just have to mention Leberkäse Linz. That's my top favorite. Leberkäse is must.
Yes. I think Leberkäse. Leberkäse is pretty much everybody's favorite. So as Connie said, we now also have to leave the stage here. But if you're not in Linz, do not fear. You can join us on our online event platform Swapcard for either an artist rave, an artist drinks, or a spreadsheet Excel party. And to me personally, the spreadsheet Excel party sounds the most intriguing, but you're welcome to choose whichever sounds the most fun to you. See you there, hopefully.
Okay, so 3 opening online events. Thank you. Christina, we are leaving now for the opening gala. Thank you all for watching, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.